Um, trying to think, is there anything else that I haven't gotten a vault on? Like I even did the shaman, or did I? All right, so let's go and check. We probably have if we're saying it's all one world. Okay, yeah, we did. Yeah, we definitely did the road. I could do my actual monk. That monk and a boker. It's neither here nor there what I do. It's all equally wasted. Um, yeah. Unfortunately, talk about my lack of gear on my monk. Lack of money. Cannon Q is that's really bad. 418. It's all season three. Yeah. I can still do like a time walk. Just single. Mythic Monday at 8 server time. Wow, I missed it. Any key. They ain't talking about mythic raids. What do you mean mythic? I mean, I could do key pushing. I tried my hunter key last night and we did all right. We had a problem where like we got stuck in combat and couldn't release and we barely like we missed the timer because of that. It ate up a lot of time. I would say that was a rare oddity and everything went well beyond that. I just have to pay attention in DPS. It was easier if you have people in a voice call or a guild in a regular group. But whenever you don't really have that and you're gearing your character, it's easiest at like the start of an expansion, such as Miss the Pandaria event was kind of a weird, I don't know. It's one of those things that's not necessarily the same. It is though, but it's a little bit different. Like how much are you actually gonna leave those raids? I might go farm out some appearances. I don't know how I feel about that overall. Uh should have spent more time on the frogs and just kept going. Doesn't matter anymore. I can go in there and farm out gear. Do the raids. I don't know how much, like, what the best strategy is for getting bronze just for appearances. Just like, whatever, fuck all that. I got everything going on with retail already. And why is nobody loading in? That's everybody's mode. Oh, all right. That was a wall. Nothing. So waste of time this is. 6 men. All right, so we're getting in our dumb fucking dungeon here to get gear on this character that does not need gear because I should not be playing another character. I just leveled a second monk for that event. Um, and these dungeons are cakewalk. They're so fucking quick. They don't present a real challenge like a Mythic Plus. Um, we don't really want to be playing this anyways. So here we are, though. Let's find something to watch and make the best of it. Nobody here, which is fine. That's cool. Pretty bored. Pretty mediocre day of kicking around a soccer ball. Tomorrow would be much better. We're hoping. Just not into it right now. We dead. We just outright dead. Yes. Oh my god. Oh man, imagine if I cared. And I just absolutely actually did that. Wow. All right. Congratulations. I'm dead. All right. Awesome. It's, it's a hell of a run. It's a hell of a run. I have A&W diet root beer in the freezer. That will be really damn good. I'll be taking that out after this and drinking that. That's fantastic news, everybody. Oh my fucking god, I am bored out of my mind. It's like I can't imagine a single thing that I'm gonna watch. This really going to interest me. Real.
Sundar Pichai is in some hot water. In fact, notable investors think that it's only a matter of time until Sundar either gets fired or is forced to resign. But wait a minute, wasn't Sundar the golden child of Google, earning hundreds of
You have to. No, they don't know. You have to wait until five stacks. So
millions per year, scaling the company from a successful internet company to a tech giant and nearly quintupling the stock price? Well, yes, Sundar did do all of that, but when it comes to tech and high growth companies in general, you're not judged based on past performance. You're judged based on future expectations, and future expectations for Sundar Pichai are at rock bottom. Google's core products are slowly bleeding market share, their workforce is more bloated than ever despite layoffs, and most importantly, they're completely dropping the ball when it comes to AI. And to make things worse for Sundar, Sergey Brin, Google's co-founder, has unexpectedly come out of retirement. After completely falling off the face of the planet back in 2015 and handing over the reins to Sundar, Sergey made a surprise entrance in 2023 to work on AI. More recently, Sergey made a rare public appearance just to admit how bad of a job Google has done with Gemini. So naturally, speculation regarding Sergey replacing Sundar have gone wild, as we've seen this time and time again with other stumbling companies like Apple, Dell, Starbucks, Disney, and Twitter. But how did we even get here? How did things get so bad so quickly for Google? And will Sundar Pichai actually be fired? Well, let's find out. To understand how we got here, we first have to take a look back at how Sundar became CEO in the first place. If you read Sundar's Wikipedia page or business publications, you'll be shown a rosy story about a man who worked his way up from the very bottom. The story goes that Sundar was born to a humble middle-class family in India back in June of 1972. And through pure grit and hard work, he was able to make it into one of the most competitive colleges in the world, IIT. For those of you who aren't aware, IIT has an acceptance rate of just 2.5%. For perspective, even Stanford and Harvard have acceptance rates twice as high at 5%. And the funny thing is that Sundar would go on to make it into Stanford as well, where he got a master's in engineering before going to UPenn and getting an MBA. So, little to say, Sundar had an extremely stacked academic background, and in 2004, he would end up joining Google as VP of Product Management of the Google Toolbar. From there, he would correctly identify that toolbars as a whole were going extinct and convince Sergey and Larry to pursue an in-house browser that would go on to be a massive success. And it was due to this brilliant foresight that Sundar was eventually made CEO of Google. Or at least, that's how the story goes. Now, let me first say that there is nothing fundamentally inaccurate about this story. And nothing I'm about to say is meant to take away from Sundar. Obviously, Sundar is one of the most accomplished people in all of tech, period. You can't really argue against that whether he stays as Google CEO or not. But with that being said, the problem with this story is that it's only told from one perspective, Sundar's perspective. He worked hard, studied hard, achieved big, and was rewarded. But the reality is that much of Sundar becoming CEO had nothing to do with anything that he had control over. You can actually argue that he was just a big cog in an even bigger machine, and this dates all the way back to the day that he was hired. When Sundar was hired, the CEO of Google was a man named Eric Schmidt. This guy was neither a founder or an early employee of Google. He was actually an external executive recruit that was put there by shareholders to keep Google's founders, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, in check. Larry and Sergey got along with Eric, but at the same time, they also naturally felt that they knew what was best for Google, and they were constantly out to prove that. In fact, they were trying to do exactly that on the literal day that Sundar was interviewed. As you might know, Sundar was interviewed on the same day that Google launched Gmail. And Gmail was one of Larry and Sergey's first attempts at showing Eric and the world at large that Google could be a lot bigger than just search. It was the same thing with the Android acquisition and the YouTube acquisition and the Google Maps acquisitions. Oftentimes, Larry and Sergey wouldn't even tell Eric about these acquisitions until after the fact. Talk about a great executive dynamic. But anyway, while these acquisitions were great, Larry and Sergey strongly felt that the real opportunity was going after the browser market. Eric, however, was strongly opposed to this idea. He felt that taking on Microsoft was too big of a challenge and essentially forbid Larry and Sergey from pursuing the idea for 6 full years. So it's not like Larry and Sergey pursued Chrome because Sundar gave them the idea. They already had the idea for years. They just didn't have the authority or the right man for the job. When Sundar approached them with a similar idea though, they pounced on it. They basically just told Sundar to assemble a team and develop Chrome without Eric knowing. And here's Eric describing how exactly that played out.
I would say we're not strong enough to take on Microsoft, and they wanted to do an operating system and a browser. And I said, there's no scenario where we'll ever do an operating system and a browser. And because Microsoft will kill us, and I don't want to get killed. We're a small company, and yes, you're very smart, and yes, we're full of smart people, and yes, we have lots of revenue. These guys can kill us because I'd been previously killed in the previous jobs. And so they hired somebody to improve the performance of Firefox. 6 months later, I'm called down to one office, and this person who was supposed to improve the performance of Firefox has managed to invent Chrome. Shocking. And I say, well, how long have you been doing this? Well, I've been doing it on the side. No, you haven't. You've done it full time. Well, yeah, I had 3 other people. Okay, well, how many more people do you have? Oh, 10 more people. Well, did Larry and Sergey know about this? Larry and Sergey encouraged it. I said, those assholes, right? It's just, I knew it. I knew they were going.
Honestly, pretty funny in retrospect, but unfortunately for Eric, this was the end of the road. Larry and Sergey had brought several successful products to market, including one that Eric opposed for years. So this naturally brought into question Eric's judgment and cemented the founders as the true geniuses behind Google, allowing Larry to win back the CEO position in 2011. This evolution made Sundar a part of the trusted inner circle, but he was by no means in the running for CEO. Fate, however, had a completely different idea. Now that Larry and Sergey had full control of the company again, they would really lean into moonshot projects that inspired them. Things like Google's self-driving car and Google Glass. In fact, Larry wanted to make Google into a mad scientist island that was constantly working on the next big thing. But investors weren't so gung-ho about this idea. Such vision simply painted Larry as a disconnected billionaire founder that was lacking clarity and focus. To make things way worse, Larry's voice would literally give out. You see, Larry had been struggling with voice problems due to vocal cord paralysis since the early 2000s, and this would get especially bad in the 2010s. If you've never heard Larry speak, this is how he sounds.
Well, this is something we think about a lot. And you know, our mission that we defined a long time ago is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful.
A clear testament to the idea that no amount of money can solve certain issues. Anyway, naturally, Larry would begin skipping shareholder meetings and presentations because he simply couldn't speak, which put investors on edge. Not only was Google being led by a seemingly disconnected billionaire, but a person who struggled to even communicate their thoughts and vision. The good news, though, is that Google was founded by two guys, so Sergey could step up to the plate, right? Well, no. Sergey would actually get caught up in an affair which not only ruined his marriage and tarnished his reputation, but it also destroyed his relationship with Larry. Apparently, Larry completely stopped talking to Sergey after the affair came to light. Alright, so Sergey was no longer in the running, but there must be some other visionary executive at Google who could take the reins, right? Well, there was Andy Rubin, the founder of Android. Oh, wait, never mind. Andy was caught up in some serious misconduct allegations and was paid $90 million to leave Google as soon as possible. So you basically had an executive who missed Chrome and a bunch of other stuff, a disconnected paralyzed founder, a founder with an affair, and an executive with serious allegations. Talk about an inspiring executive team. At this point, it was clear that what Google needed was not a revolutionary, but someone that was uncontroversial. And that's how Sundar actually became CEO. Of course, he worked really hard and achieved great things, but what really knocked the final dominoes in his favor was circumstance. The four people who were actually in the running for CEO, Eric, Larry, Sergey, and Andy, were all forced out in humiliating manners. And the only person that was left in the inner circle was the trusted ally who brought Chrome to market. With that, Sundar Pichai would become CEO of Google on August 11, 2015. A few years later, he would get promoted to be the CEO of Alphabet as a whole, leading us into his lackluster performance. Ironically, you can't fault Sundar for anything that he's done or not done over the past decade. The reality is that he did exactly what he was hired to do, which was lead Google as uncontroversially as possible and maximize revenue and profits. And since he took over, Google's revenue has quadrupled, their net income has quintupled, and their stock has gone to the moon. The only problem is that that's all that Google has accomplished. I mean, can you even name a single big product launch that Google has done since Sundar took over? The biggest launch that I can think of is the Google Pixel, which is a phenomenal phone in terms of value, but not so great in terms of sales and market share.
God, who cares? YouTube is the only thing that matters at Google does. There's nothing more impactful in the world than YouTube. The impact. Money on YouTube. Miscellaneous traveling surrounding them. Just, okay, almost there. I was hoping to find a quick view. That was not it.
An unwieldy beast is disrupting the arcane energies in this area. Do what you do best and remove them.
Oswald and Scotty.
An unwieldy beast is disrupting the arcane energies in this area. Do what you do best and remove them.
In fact, the Pixel does not even control 1% of the global smartphone market. Investors never had an issue with this lack of innovation though, as long as Google was still the market leader. But all of this changed on
Quarters of one of the most
and organized in 3 dimensions.
So who are they?
McKinsey's now accused of helping drug makers to quote-unquote turbocharge the sales of prescription opioids.
Behind President Vladimir Putin's war machine against Ukraine sits Rostec, until recently a client of McKinsey & Company.
You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices.
No. I worked for a consulting company that had a client that may have been involved in fixing, or was apparently in a scandal.
Today, we're talking about McKinsey, the shadowy and parasitic consulting firm at the heart of nearly every industry in America. McKinsey claims to operate on a no-policy policy, free from a driving ideology or bias. But we tracked their history and broke down their worldview, and it places the consulting industry as secret agents in the war on working people. So what do consultants even do? Okay, but what do they actually do?
When I first applied and received an offer, I really had no idea what a BA does. The amazing thing is that what we do varies.
Communicate, present, model, plan, problem solve.
Be ambitious and find ways we can double our current rate of innovation.
No, but what do they actually do? I had to ask some experts to get a straight answer.
Well, in an ideal world, consultants add their brain power, to any company.
That was Mike Forsyth, a New York Times journalist and author of When McKinsey Comes to Town.
They come in as outsiders, look at a problem in a new way, and give good advice.
Consultants claim to help organizations solve problems that they would not be able to solve themselves.
This is Garrison Lovely, a former McKinsey employee turned whistleblower and journalist.
Whether that's entering a new market, reducing costs, helping a government achieve its mission better.
That's the idealized version. In the non-idealized version, the advice they give is bad advice, or the client they're working with is not a good actor.
So where did this lucrative problem-solving industry even come from? McKinsey was founded right after a period of historic corporate mergers. From 1895 to 1904, 1,800 companies were crunched into just 157 megacorporations, including some familiar ones like US Steel, Nabisco, General Electric, and AT&T. You might also remember what happened in 1929. So, in 1933, the government passed the Glass-Steagall Act, which stopped banks from speculation, which is basically gambling with the money regular people put in their bank accounts. But
it was basically preventing businesses from sharing information with each other about what they were doing, and so they couldn't standardize practices as much. Consultants were a way to get around this, where they would work for one company and figure out what they're doing, and do this for a bunch of different companies within the same industry, and help these companies behave more or less the same way and standardize.
In 1951, General Motors hired McKinsey to conduct the first ever study of executive compensation. The project was led by this guy, Arch Patton.
He noticed that laborers after World War II, their wages were rising faster than management. and went to companies and said, hey, did you know that your workers are actually getting raises more than you are? And they were shocked by this, and this pioneered the field of executive compensation consulting.
At the time of the study, the average CEO was paid about 20 times his typical worker's salary. Now, averages hit between 200 and 300, with some outliers approaching 2,000. Thanks, McKinsey!
They're management consultants. Since they were founded in the 1920s, they've been working with management. There is no equivalent McKinsey, for labor.
When it comes to labor, they've got one MO.
Layoffs.
If they're not laying people off, they're making other cuts and recommendations that totally hurt workers and consumers.
A very common thing is the CEO wants to enter a new market or lay off a bunch of people or close down some division. McKinsey will do a bunch of analysis and they'll come up with like all these clever seeming reasons why it makes sense to do the thing. And this is a way for the CEO or whoever else hired McKinsey to justify the decision.
In 2005, the average annual salary for a Walmart associate was roughly $17,500.
Its employee costs were going up because, associates, as Walmart calls them, were staying longer and longer and longer, but they didn't see a really big boost in productivity. So McKinsey came on board to help reduce healthcare expenses and to also try to trim benefits. And one of the findings and recommendations was to hire more part-time workers, because they don't have that burden of having all those benefits.
McKinsey also recommended that Walmart consider reducing its overall investment in profit sharing and 401k programs, lower its company-paid life insurance coverage, and move employees to consumer-driven health plans. Walmart wasn't the only client that used McKinsey to try and save money.
In the 1990s, McKinsey came on board with Disneyland, and one of the areas they looked at was overhauling the maintenance program. And mind you have to keep in mind, this is a place that had a spotless record.
At that time, Disneyland had lots of mechanics maintaining rides. They made the rounds all day, tightening screws and bolts as needed and checking key safety features like lap bars.
So the idea, again, cut maintenance costs, move the maintenance crew to mostly work the graveyard shift at night.
The ride mechanic sent Disney multiple warnings with his safety concerns. McKinsey asked him why lap bars on a roller coaster were inspected daily when records showed they never failed. He replied, the reason they don't fail is because we check them every night. It's like a pilot saying, hey, we haven't crashed in a while, let's just skip the pre-flight. Disney never responded to his complaints and he was later fired. Not long after this, a child was seriously injured after falling out of a ride because of a lap bar issue. He never walked or talked again and died a few years later. Another serious accident occurred when an untrained supervisor docked a riverboat.
It's just extremely dangerous. You need to have very well-trained people to do this. Apparently the wood, in the dock was rotted and the whole cleat just shot out like shrapnel and wound up, killing one person and injuring somebody else.
And another person was killed when wheels failed on the Thunder Mountain roller coaster. The cited causes of all of these accidents were staffing and maintenance.
This is not the Disney that many people grew up with, and they all happened after McKinsey came on board.
But did McKinsey face any consequences for their bad advice?
McKinsey escapes accountability in a way because they are behind the scenes. It's all about secrecy, with them. Our advice is to you, and it's confidential. If you guys do great, wonderful, you take all the credit. If you screw up and things go bad, it's on you, it's not us.
If the project fails, the decision ends up being bad, it's like, well, clearly you hired the best consulting firm, so it must have been something else.
There's this symbiotic relationship between McKinsey and their clients. When something goes wrong, all McKinsey did was make recommendations, and all the client did was follow them.
Who wrote this?
He did it!
It's a way to cover your ass, which is a very common expression in the business world.
This system is great for short-term profits and shareholders, but not so great if you care about jobs or safety. So what happens when you apply this mindset to the industries that we literally can't live without? That's when things start.
I won't do that. I'm just gonna do a small little. I did it again. Exact same.
Hospitals for sure, insurance companies, managed care companies, pharmaceutical companies. Top 5 McKinsey clients would be companies like Johnson & Johnson, and then big managed care insurance company, Anthem, Aetna, Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Let me say that again. McKinsey's biggest money earner is our healthcare system, and it's also where they've done some of the most damage. In 2018, McKinsey was contracted with the nonprofit hospital Providence Medical to design a program to get more patients to pay their medical bills.
Providence Hospital is
my own damn fault. Still
required to provide free care to poor people. And they were looking for any way to cut costs, and they turned to McKinsey to find a way to convince poor people to pay bills, even if in many cases they actually were not required to pay those bills.
McKinsey literally wrote a script for hospital staff to read to these patients. Staff were not allowed to take no for an answer and were told to take just $3 if that was all the patient had.
If they didn't pay, if they didn't get anything out of this, in some cases they would refer to a third-party debt collection agency. They would, destroy these people's credit rating.
And now Providence is being sued while McKinsey is once again not being held accountable, legally, financially, or otherwise. And while they're working for private sector clients, they're also working for the government agencies that are meant to be regulating them. Two more McKinsey clients were Philip Morris and Juul.
McKinsey was also working for the FDA office that regulated tobacco. At the same time, they had these clients. And you see the reporting in our book that said that actually the people at the FDA did not know that McKinsey was advising the tobacco companies. And this is the same, with Juul. This is when the FDA was cracking down on these e-cigarettes. And pharma, the same thing. And most infamously, they're working for opioid makers, especially Purdue Pharma.
Conflicts of interest are the name of the game for McKinsey. Sure. They're like business class mercenaries. They'll fight for any and every side that will pay them, and sometimes even ones that don't. In 1997, the state of Illinois was trying to reduce welfare spending. They needed help, and McKinsey generously offered their services for free.
One of the tricks McKinsey does, they will often come in and do pro bono work. And this is often a way just to kind of get in the door.
Once their foot was in the door, they were called back by some of the same state officials 20 years later to help, this time with restructuring Medicaid. And this time, it wouldn't be for free. Around the same time, Illinois hit some budget troubles. It was found that they were in about $1 million of debt to basic medical services while sending $75 million to McKinsey. It was also found that under McKinsey's project, the state was paying $63 billion to 7 private insurers, 4 of whom were also McKinsey clients. According to the Illinois comptroller, this taxpayer money was spent with less oversight than a purchase of paper clips. Like a vampire, McKinsey got themselves invited in with pro bono work, and now they were sucking Illinois dry.
They're on all sides of the food chain, in the healthcare industry, and there's just so much money there.
On their own website right now, McKinsey admits that healthcare in Illinois should be improved, specifically around opioid use. So cool that the solution to these problems they have actively helped create is bold collaborative action. It's like if someone came over to your house and used all your dishes and then was like, oh, according to my research, someone should probably do the dishes.
Dishes are done, man.
Once they sink their teeth into our governments, they stay for as long as they can. They make sure these agencies don't even remember a time before them.
You just end up relying on these people who are getting paid multiple times what a civil servant will be paid and aren't really accountable to the public in a serious way and may just come through for a few months at a time and then move on to something else. And so you don't build up this expertise and you just don't have this capacity to do things that states need to do.
They do all this while hiding behind the fact that they don't make the decisions.
This guy, Richard Elder, was like, look, we don't do policy, we just do execution. We're not here to make choices about what policies are good. All the values were about doing right by our clients, having an obligation to dissent, but that doesn't mean the dissent is going to go anywhere. Just means you're not going to get fired for speaking out.
A former McKinsey employee told Michael that a manager would advise new recruits to wedge yourself in and spread like an amoeba. Once in, you should spread yourself in the organization and do everything. In other words, act like a Trojan horse. He was talking about their clients, but as we've seen, the McKinsey amoeba has wedged its way into every part of American life. So what should we do about it? Well, the DOJ is investigating their work on opioids criminally for the first time, and some politicians have even talked about banning McKinsey from federal contracts. But most of these problems aren't even unique to McKinsey. If we just banned one consulting firm from federal contracts, the others would likely just fill in the gaps.
The reality is there are companies called Bain and Boston Consulting Group and Deloitte and Accenture, and they are offering kind of the same product. And I don't think that the results would be that different.
Ultimately, we need to untangle the dependency on consulting McKinsey has fostered in our government.
Things are set up in such a way where if you just like cut off the consulting firms, I don't think you can build up that capacity overnight. Like this is like a kind of a generational long project, and I think that requires, governments like paying people more and creating workplaces that are more appealing, as well as like just a philosophical change of like public-private partnerships are not the default best way to go, and government should actually learn how to do things well. Again, we've done it before.
And what about the army of young MBA grads ready to keep the consulting industry marching on for another 100 years?
I would tell them that these organizations will promise you that you can do work that is exciting and prestigious and improves the world with smart people that pays well. You can have it all. And I would just tell them that that's not true. I think I'm really much happier than the cohort of people that I worked with at McKinsey, even though I make like so much less money than them. And my life and career is like less stable and predictable. But you have privilege by being in this position, and you have some kind of opportunity and I think to some extent an obligation to use that to actually make the world a better place, and I think you'll end up being happier for it.
Thanks for watching The Classroom. We're always looking to do more stories like this, exposing the shadowy corporations and economic systems that impact our daily lives. What other stories do you want to see? Sound off in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah, about that. Whatever. Money's good. Money should be. Everybody has money. Infinite money. IRL. Essentially. What's the alliance equivalent of killing? Simple ordeal attack. That's right there. Attack is the alliance. Okay, and I should get a vault. So That basically concludes everything.
Big development here in the Middle East. The International Criminal Court has requested arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and 3 Hamas leaders. The ICC's chief prosecutor believes there's evidence of their involvement in war crimes and crimes against humanity in Gaza and Israel. Netanyahu has strongly condemned the potential arrest warrants, while President Biden has criticized the ICC's request and reiterated his support for Israel. The Palestine Red Crescent has shared footage showing marked ambulances destroyed in Gaza, allegedly by Israeli forces. The situation has escalated with over 100 Palestinians killed in the past 24 hours due to Israeli army strikes. Israeli soldiers have also stormed 2 towns in the occupied West Bank.
So what is up? Hey, buddy. Nobody. Okay. Wonder what these idiots are up to today. Out there.
Our flight has much to offer.
And 4 volume. I need a legend.
I knew you would like
Oh, my legend. Oh, yeah, I need so much. We're dead.
Delicious.
Let's do it. Our instructions were to ease into this opening because they can't do the lights. So.
Welcome to the Power Hour.
Oh, yeah. Hi. I'm just so distracted by what's happening off screen. You can just do it.
Do what?
Almost there. There we go.
Flawless. Aaron, what is this? What are we doing today?
It's called...
It looks like Battleship.
It's called Battle Shots, Dan.
Oh, okay.
It's the whole
No
thing.
lawsuits here.
Nope. It's a different name.
Different game.
We're going to be playing, and then there's going to be shots in each one, and the shots are going to have weird things, you know?
What does that mean?
I don't know. We'll find out. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
There ain't no way that this gonna get it.
Did you jam them all in the middle?
No.
Okay. All right, here we go. E5.
That's a miss, buddy.
Boom! My first miss.
You stupid idiot.
Cool.
E5.
E5 is a miss, you sack of dog.
Damn.
And the fun is being had.
C3.
C3 is ahead.
Yeah, boy!
Oh! I'd describe it, but then Aaron would know.
The size of the ship?
Yeah. So I'll just say that was a liquid.
I won.
I1 is a miss.
I forgot that I hit you.
Yeah, you did.
So
Clearly.
yeah, I'll just say it was strategic.
All right. I3.
I3, that's a miss, buddy.
Where are these ships?
B3.
B3 is a miss.
What the frick? D3.
D3 is a hit. Don't love this.
All right, Wiener Schnitzel.
F7.
F7, that's a miss, buddy.
Stop calling me buddy. I'm not your buddy.
E3.
E3 is a hit.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. 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 Oh, man. Am I like really dancing around the party?
I'm not gonna say anything about what you're doing.
Well, Michael's losing his mind over there, so I think I must be close.
F3.
F3 is a hit.
You don't say.
You scranked my battle shot.
Oh, I got your your Mountain Dew?
Is that what this is?
Red Bull.
I love it.
Really good, huh?
It's so good. J5.
It's a miss. Absolutely.
Bro, where are these fucking ships?
C9.
C9 is a goddamn hit.
Oh, yeah, baby!
You're about to see a fist come right through the center of this board.
D9.
D9 is a hit.
Yeah, go ahead and take that delicious shot.
Yum, yum, yum.
How much of that went in your mouth?
Please don't phrase it like that, Vanessa. A3. Please! B2?
A miss. F9.
F9 is a hit.
Yeah, it is.
Just gonna save these.
Like, looking at your strategy, like, I'm getting your logic here. It's just funny that it's not working out for you.
So funny!
G9.
G9 is a hit.
Oh, no way.
You slanked my battle strong. I already feel so nauseous. H9.
Oh my god, it hit!
Oh! Oh, okay, it's a hit.
Okay.
Yay. G9.
Yep.
Yay! Yay! Okay.
A5.
A5 is a...
Ah! Oh my goodness gracious me.
F9.
Yep.
Okay.
E6. Okay.
J8.
That's a hit.
Yay! Oh, merciful heavens. I8.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, ho, ho. Nah! Ha ha! Woo!
Goes down smooth.
Oh, I pulled a muscle in my neck wooing.
Kisses and hugs. Or candies and nugs. J7.
J7 is a hit.
Ah! Tasty little hit there. And mwah. Is it laying down or is it hot dog style?
Hot dog too late. You're cheap. You have to be cheap.
I'm not cheating. Okay. God!
Bro, my board looks like a tic-tac-toe game from hell. F10.
That's a hit.
Oh! You're bunching your ships. You're a ship buncher. G10.
That's a hit.
Oh my god. Did you just mash all your ships into the corner?
No.
All right.
That's ridiculous.
Okay. H10.
Yep.
Oh, so you do have ships touching each other. Oh my god! Oh my god,
Is that
I
against
think
the
I
rules?
see what's going
Are you
on
not
here.
allowed to do that? This is a race against the clock now.
Yeah, I got you on camera now.
I3.
I3 is a hit!
Oh my god!
Okay, quickly! E10!
Holy shit.
E10!
Yeah, you sunk something.
Okay, good. Oh my god, I know exactly what's going on here.
Of course you do,
All right.
idiot!
Okay, hold on, I have to drink this. Oh, it's terrible.
I4.
I4 is a hit, you cocksucker.
Woo!
This is agony. It's like I figured out who Kaiser Soze was too late.
I2.
I2 is a miss, you bitch.
Ooh!
I9. If I9 is a hit.
It is.
It is, you bastard! You did mash the ball in the corner!
I5.
I5 is a hit, you win. Oh, the agony! Oh, I feel terrible.
Here's my board.
My board is a pretty standard battle.
It looks like an ad for Battleship.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Oh. That's like a form of abuse. Ugh, it made for good television.
It is very funny.
Like right around this point, I was like, no!
All right, so we're arranging our things now.
Yes. Can you also introduce what the shot
Yeah, so I have no idea what the point of the seasonal character is really. Game never used seasonal characters in the past. Not really a thing.
I have made
Yes, sir.
my
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
transformation. It is very good. My mother will be proud.
Worth it for that long.
My mom texts me after every Power Hour episode.
Does she? Again, it isn't any of my business. As long as you're happy and a good person, I don't care what you do.
She's a good lady.
She is a good lady.
Now text her something embarrassing.
Okay. My genitalia. Sorry, Moret. We love you. C8.
It's a miss.
Oh, fantastic.
C8.
C8 is a miss. Stop copying me.
Why would I do that?
F5.
Ooh, miss. F5.
F5 is a hit.
Maybe you shouldn't have fed me information like that.
Oh, we feed this to babies?
It has more ingredients than a Taco Bell taco.
J1.
Oh! It's a hit.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you love those corners, you mongrel. All right.
Why does it smell like a barbecue?
It tastes like cornmeal and sugar and like, it's not good.
For fussy eaters!
Yeah, maybe they're fussy because you're making them eat this.
Yeah. Feel good. All right, E5.
E5 is a hit.
Daddy likes a hit.
Bon appetit.
In the center of the moon. Daddy likes a hit.
Oh, it tastes like milk that's already been in someone's mouth.
That is very accurate.
Oh.
All right, go ahead, you freak.
All right, G1.
Yeah, you sunk my little boy. G5.
You sunk my 3-man.
That's hot. I don't care who you are. Stop flashing me. You just have to be mad at it.
Weird.
That's what fixes it.
H2.
Yeah.
Yeah! Oh, you got naughty. You're naughty, Aaron. You're a naughty boy.
You can't feed that to children. If you're feeding this to children, you're an animal. H3.
No! I mean, yes.
It's a hit.
It's a hit.
I'm something of a boat sinker. Oh, God.
It's supposed to prevent burps.
Well, proof is in the pudding.
The ship has sailed. I, too, wish we weren't playing this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. God damn. F3.
F3 is a hit, and I hope so will your family die soon.
Waiting on old Pop Pop.
F2. F2.
Yeah, that's a sink.
Okay, that's a big battleship boy.
E3.
E3, yes, you sunk my battleships.
Yep.
F3.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Back at it again with the sea-based war crimes. B2.
B2 is a miss. A10.
A10?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, dog. I'm not that stupid. All right. Panicking. Time to be stupid. Man. A little corner guy.
You're a corner boy.
No, I'm not.
Which is
Clearly I'm not.
Except for the corner.
A10.
A miss.
D7.
D7 is a miss.
I'm pissed. E6.
E6 is a miss.
I'm about to pee on you. I'm about to pee all over you, dog.
Nope, I'm too fast.
Okay. I can't pee on him. He's too fast.
God, he's like a jackrabbit.
B8
is a hit. And you sunk my tiny man.
Yes, that's the hardest one. There's cum in the sea. B5.
B5 is a hit. Oh no.
How do you like them apples, baby?
I dislike the apples.
A5.
A5 is a hit.
Catching back up, baby.
J7.
J7, that's a miss.
Bridge ships, dog.
E8.
E8 is a miss. You trollop.
What is a trollop?
It is a lady of the evening.
I wish. You hear that?
I'm hearing both of your stomachs.
Yeah, you sunk it, whatever.
Trying to think like Aaron. Just pure evil.
All right, D1.
No! Yes.
That's a hit?
That's a hit.
Okay. E1.
I can't do it anymore. You win.
Dan, you were so close!
So here's what Dan did wrong. You know, if you went diagonal on me...
Aaron, don't talk strategy to me right now. I'm like just trying not to throw up. Hello! It is round 3. Things are different now. We have much worse things in here. Soy sauce, pickle juice, and other miscellaneous things.
And let it be known that you did not clean the baby formula out of the shots.
You did not. You did not. And we also have our lovely friends rooting for us. They've broken off into teams.
How does it feel to be on the winning team?
Okay. Also, I have what's known in the industry as a chum bucket, because I'm about to throw up everything I eat. Here we go. F5.
No, man.
Hope you burn in hell. H8.
Because you hate me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. B5.
B5 is a hit!
Oh, yeah!
I don't remember what this is. Lemon juice. Okay!
He's emotionally compromised.
I farted. It was a fear fart.
Plenty of time to come over to Team Dan for your own safety. A5.
That's a miss, buddy.
God, you're such a fucking. Can we say that?
No. G7.
Miss.
God.
C5.
Yeah.
Drink that lemon juice.
Okay. E8.
E8 is a hit.
Yeah, boy.
What the f is this?
Oh! I farted again.
I heard it.
This is.
It's a baby formula fart.
What was that?
That's a lot of soy sauce. Oh, maybe that's teriyaki sauce, actually.
It might become teriyaki when you mix it with the
Baby formula. The 2 key ingredients of teriyaki sauce.
H5.
Yeah, no.
Fucking don't do that to me. Don't send me on these emotional roller
I was
coasters.
just talking to you like an Australian. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
No, yeah.
No, yeah, no. Oh, no.
F8.
F8 is a hit.
Yeah, it is.
Let's see if I can get this one. Nope.
How about a little G8?
G8 is a hit. You sunk my teriyaki man.
Yes, boy. There's your little boy.
I was so grossed out, I accidentally threw out the cup and kept the stuff in my mouth. E8.
E8. Sure you don't want to change it?
E8 is what I say.
Okay. It's a hit.
Oh, you son of a... Oh, what is it?
Oh!
Describe it to me.
That's a little bit of soy sauce with a little bit of baby formula in it.
Yeah, that's what that is.
F2.
F2 is a hit.
Yeah, boy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, boy.
Uh-huh.
Curtain.
Oh my god, I'm not chilling whatsoever. Fucking bored out of my mind. Absolutely freaking bored. Right. Yeah, okay. Just go drive to Manhattan and steal a Kia. Go run up on the stock exchange. Is it boring? I fucking hate this game. Oh my god.
WUSA 9 News at 5 begins right now with some breaking news. An off-duty D.C. police officer on his way to work was hurt when someone shot at his car in Brightwood. Now, that officer is expected to be okay.
Not long after, 2 suspects were arrested in Prince George's County, Maryland. Police say they were pursuing this blue sedan right here in connection to that D.C. shooting when it crashed in Landover. Thank you for being here with us tonight at 5. I'm Lorenzo Hall.
And I'm Leslie Foster. We have live team coverage of what happened in Northwest D.C. and in Maryland this afternoon.
Yeah, Rafael Sanchez-Cruz is live in Landover tonight. He has more on how this wild police chase came to an end.
Yeah, but we're going to start with our Delia Gonzalez live in Brightwood, where all this started around lunchtime today. And Dee, police say this real-time crime center that we've talked about consistently lately has helped to locate the suspect.
Police are certainly saying that we are seeing the proof of the investment with this real-time crime center. They were able to capture the two suspects in just about an hour after it all happened here on this very quiet block in Northwest 7th and Oglethorpe. Neighbors say this never happens here. We hear that a lot, but this is a quiet block here in Northwest. Now, we can tell you the chief not only crediting the real-time crime center, but the surveillance cameras from the community and the officer's quick thinking. He was able to capture the suspect's partial license plate after he was shot during his afternoon commute. An officer's commute to work interrupted by gunfire.
I was on the phone talking to a friend of mine, and I said, "Henry, that sounded like gunshots."
DC police say the 18-year captain driving his personal car and in plain clothes spotted a vehicle driving erratically in front of him at 7th and Oglethorpe Streets Northwest around noontime.
The suspects in the vehicle stopped the car very abruptly, got out of the car, and fired at our officer.
That's what I don't understand. Why? What, was he a victim? Did they know him? I mean, why did they target him?
The officer radioed in the shooting, took the partial license plate of the suspect's car, and then drove himself the quarter-mile to the 4th District Station. Our crew capturing the black SUV parked on the grass outside the Georgia Avenue Police Station. We could make out 2 bullet holes, one in the back passenger door, the other the front passenger window.
As soon as the partial plate information came out, our real-time crime center pushed out a notification of the vehicle and the plate. Our Falcon and our officers began to canvass the area. Falcon tracked the area into Landover, Maryland, where the vehicle crashed and 2 suspects were taken into custody.
The officer was then taken to MedStar Washington Hospital Center, where we saw his colleagues standing guard. Chief Pamela Smith says the officer's quick thinking helped police capture the suspects.
We will not tolerate this kind of violence in our city. We will use every resource, as we have been, with any incident to ensure that no one gets away with this type of crime.
And at this hour, we are still working to find out the exact extent of the officer's injuries and exactly where he was hit when he was sitting inside his car and the bullets came through. Now, we can tell you, though, he is expected to be okay. His injuries described as non-life-threatening. We're here in Northwest. Delia Gonsalves, WUSA 9.
Yeah, considering the brazenness of this today, you got to be thankful that that officer is going to be okay physically. Delia, thank you. Our live team coverage continues now with our Rafael Sanchez Cruz in Landover, Maryland.
Yeah, he's near the scene where those 2 suspects were taken into custody. And Rafa, I understand you're hearing from people who were in this area when it all went down.
Yeah, that's right, Leslie. That pursuit that Chief Smith mentioned ended here at Landover Road and Dodge Park Road in Landover, Maryland. You can actually still see some of the debris from the crash that has a lot of neighbors talking tonight.
Lewis Freeman says he was walking his jog when out of nowhere,
I see almost like 30 cop cars just zooming, just fume, fume, fume.
Freeman says this blue car was speeding and weaving through traffic on Landover Road when all of a sudden,
boom, the car tried to merge over. There was a brown car in front and basically hit the back of it, smacked into the back of the car, basically flipped over, and then as it flipped, one suspect was able to get away, I guess. And then the other one was able to get pulled out by the cops as they got on the scene with him.
The crash happening at the intersection with Dodge Road. Our camera capturing one of the 2 suspects taken into custody by Prince George's County Police. DC Police says one of those 2 men shot at one of their off-duty captains before fleeing to Prince George's County. For hours, investigators and canine units searched the grass area along Landover Road for a weapon. Several area police agencies assisted in the chase. Neighbors telling WUSA 9 they often hear about crime, but have never seen a scene play out right in front of them.
A sad event, you feel me? I'm sad that it happened to the cop. Hope everything goes good with him, feel me? The young individuals too that was in the car, hope everything go with them, hope everything happens. But yeah, it's just a sad situation.
A lot of neighbors.
Oh, look at this. You might be offended. Just killing cats for hours.
Now, I also spoke to a woman who was here kind of seeing everything play out. She tells me she's been carjacked twice. So after
He doesn't understand.
what happened today, she says she's
Oh,
fearful
yes,
for what's
yes.
ahead in the summer months. Crime is a rise. Landover, Maryland, Rafael Sanchez.
That's why police are trying so vigilantly right now to get their hands on this, because we know traditionally what tends to happen here when the temperature go up. All right, Rob. Thank you.
2 bullet holes. Spotted a vehicle driving erratic.
Right now on the News 4 Rundown, a D.C. police officer injured in a shooting. 2 suspects were taken into custody after a chase and dramatic crash. More on the officer's recovery and the investigation into what led up to the shooting.
Then the latest from Baltimore, 2 months after the Key Bridge collapse. Crews have been working to free the Dolly cargo ship and get things moving. In and out of the Port of Baltimore once again. Our transportation reporter, Adam Tuck.
So carefully at 1 mile per hour back to the Port of Baltimore. Tugboats guiding the entire operation. Captain David O'Connell with the Port of Baltimore.
We meet again. Be well.
Well, the lot. Resme. I want sorry, Pat wants to say hello. Well, the cat really enjoyed that. He's happy as hell. I think he loved the ambient music. Just general outside aesthetics. Just really absolutely killing it with the cat crowd. Happy as hell. Oh, great, I'm dead. I just ran directly into the fucking roof. Like an idiot. So nothing else. Awesome. Carry. Ooh, cat. No, you're really not supposed to be up there. Where you go? This is where it's. It's okay. So as we were.
Thank you, strangers. The Shadowpan are in your debt. Now, there is much work to be done.
So without anybody here, it's just kind of like it's too boring. There's no point. Like I'm not getting paid to play this. Not getting paid like during the day in general. getting paid like in addition to playing this. This is all that is going on in my life for me. This plus playing soccer, which is nothing at all. I could be in grad school or working really any kind of job, but money is just like such a bitch, and so is navigating egos. Underutilize every talent that we have. What about like chickens in the background? Oh fuck.
I'm growing a beard.
Oh, hello.
Travel safe. Farewell. I hope to see you again soon. Tell me of your travels. Farewell. Travel safe. Welcome. May your days bring you joy. Greetings. Travel safe. May your days bring you joy. Oh, hello. Farewell. Welcome. I hope to see you again soon. Tell me of your travels.
People doing the summon farming.
Speak. Seek the truth.
What is your purpose?
A seaway that divided North America for a period of 40 million years. How could this be? We will follow in the footsteps of geologists visiting key locations that they studied and learn how they came to the surprising conclusion that there was this great seaway. Furthermore, we will discover why it existed and why it's no longer present, and interestingly, its association to spectacular native ruins and great herds of American bison.
Hello, I'm Myron Cook. The natural world around us is very stable with few exceptions. The shapes and sizes of the mountains and the lakes and the oceans and prairies, etc., all change imperceptibly during our lifetimes. But yet when we study the history, the geologic history of the Earth, we find that the planet is continually changing and through time undergoes amazing transformations. This seaway, the Cretaceous Interior Seaway, as it's named, is one of those. I know that many of you are wondering how geologists know this seaway even existed. I hope to answer that question for you.
Let's start this journey by going to a small reservoir that has had most of the water drained out of to do some repairs on the dam. This provides me with a great opportunity to explain a concept that geologists use to demonstrate the existence and geometry of ancient oceans and lakes.
This is all mud. It's filled in since 1938, about 20 feet of it or so in this area. So you can see how quickly it's filling in. And it's some of this information that helps us understand how geologists find these ancient seaways. Let's go to the whiteboard and we'll talk about this a little more. This is a cross-sectional view, so I need to draw my tree. I'll do that right here so we know for sure we're in a cross-sectional view looking sideways. And what I'm trying to depict with my artwork here is the dam over here, the water that's being held back by the dam, of course, the natural lake that's forming, or it's actually a reservoir, it's not natural, but underneath is the bedrock, and then through time it's filling in with mud primarily. Near shore you can have some sand, so up near the shore where it's filling in you can get coarser material, but in general through time it just starts filling in with mud. We'll just say mud. In we go. Oh, filling it on in. Now here you're always going to have a low area because the water's exiting out of the bottom of the dam. So you'll always have some small pool of water here by the dam, even as this fills up. That's just another story to be talked about later.
What is your purpose?
But I want you to think about something.
So I figured.
Let's imagine millions of years in the future that as the geology has changed. It's changed so much that deposits, the oceans have come in and started putting deposits, layers of rock on top of all this. Yes, even covering our wonderful dam here. And there we have it in the future. And then millions of years later, erosion starts cutting back into here and eroding this out. So this is typical in geologic history, by the way. We can erode a big canyon down in here and erode into here. And eventually we will erode and reveal some of the muds that are in this reservoir. So imagine this geologist millions of years from now. He's hiking around in a canyon and he sees mud deposits, or shale or mudstone, actually they would be in the future. And he starts thinking about, well, this is a change in the character of the rock. I don't have mudstone above or below under here. And he starts to map this body out of shale and mudstone. Or you can imagine, even easier to imagine, are a whole bunch of wells that are drilled and they're recording what they find. It's not hard to imagine that if you have enough information through drill holes or canyons that have eroded in here, etc., that you could map out the shape of this small reservoir that I'm standing in millions of years into the future. And this is one of the tools that geologists use to map out ancient seaways. It's as simple as that. They go around mapping different layers of rock. And in this case, it would be a layer of shale or mudstone. And they put it all together and they start to see the shape of the ancient sea or lake or whatever it might be. It could be an ancient dune field if you're looking at different rocks, you know, wind-blown dune fields, etc. So with that, let's take a long drive to Utah. I want to show you something.
Hiking within view of the magnificent Henry Mountains on this chilly, breezy morning, I reflect on the processes and time required for this beautiful landscape to form. I also reflect on the historic 1869 river trip that John Wesley Powell took down the mighty Colorado River investigating the geology of the region. He was the first non-native to set eyes on these mountains.
I'm in southeast Utah near Capitol Reef National Monument, and I am standing in the mud that was deposited in this great seaway. And I forgot my hammer, but if I just kick around in here, just with my shoes just a little, I can get nice shale here, nice mud. And that was what was deposited out in the open waters of the ocean. I have something for you to think about. Now, this is fun. Think about how much mud or shale was deposited in this great seaway. How thick could that be? Have you got a thought? Well, I'm going to show you about 1/4 of the mud that was deposited out in that seaway. Let's take a look.
This is the first time I've hiked up to the base of this mountain of shale named Factory Butte, and it certainly has made an impression on me. How many fish, ammonites, giant plesiosaurs, and other animals lived out their lives in this seaway? How long did it take to deposit such huge thicknesses?
What am I missing for the dungeon achievement? Gate of the Setting Sun and
shales would be inspiring to view and photograph.
Shogun Palace.
In this region,
all right, let's just do these two.
Mankell Shale. We are seeing about 1,200 feet of it here.
And on
A
BRB.
rock lakey map here, about 92 million years ago. The state of Utah is right in here. I'm standing about right here, only about 35 miles from the shoreline here, this ancient shoreline. This is the seaway at its maximum extent. It was over 600 miles wide, 2,000 plus miles long. The water in here was relatively shallow, 2,500 feet to 3,000 feet or so. Those are the estimates. This seaway formed from the early uplift of the Rocky Mountains. The Rocky Mountains developed in two major phases. The early phase was the severe orogeny, which we see the mountains here. We don't yet see the Great Rockies in Colorado or say my favorite, the Bighorn Mountains of Wyoming and their other mountain ranges that were to develop later. These mountains begin to
worldwide.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Back in November. That lawsuit claiming that around March of 2016, Diddy became intoxicated and punched Cassie in the face, giving her a black eye. And so when he finally fell asleep, she tried to leave, but he woke up and followed her down the hall, yelling at her before grabbing her and throwing glass vases at her, with her taking a cab to her apartment. But according to the suit, upon realizing that her running away would cause Mr. Combs to be even angrier with her and completely stuck in his vicious cycle of abuse, Miss Ventura returned to the hotel with the intention of apologizing for running away from her abuser. When she returned, hotel security staff urged her to get back into a cab and go to her apartment, suggesting that they had seen the security footage. That lawsuit also alleged that she was raped a few years later and was subjected to various forms of abuse throughout their relationship. Also saying that Diddy actually paid the hotel $50,000 for the security footage from the hallway. Though Diddy's lawyers denied the allegations in the suit at the time, claiming a decision to settle a lawsuit, especially in 2023, is in no way an admission of wrongdoing. But of course, fast forward to Sunday after this evidence was released, and Diddy admitted to what we saw play out in the video, apologizing in an Instagram caption by writing, "I'm truly sorry," and then saying,
"It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was f***ed up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now."
Diddy going on to say he's since gone to therapy and rehab, and that while he is sorry, he's not asking for forgiveness. But also notably with that, one of Cassie's lawyers slammed his apology, giving a statement to multiple news outlets saying that his statement is more about himself than anyone he's hurt. And adding, when Cassie and multiple other women came forward, he denied everything and suggested that his victims were looking for a payday. That he was only compelled to apologize once his repeated denials were proven false shows his pathetic desperation, and no one will be swayed by his disingenuous words. You know, a lot of the reaction we've seen online is echoing that. Even in his own Instagram comments, you have tons of people saying he's only sorry that he got caught. But as far as if any legal consequences are actually going to come from all this, well, probably not. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office releasing a statement saying that they found the video to be extremely disturbing and difficult to watch, but if the conduct depicted occurred in 2016, unfortunately, we would be unable to charge as the conduct would have occurred beyond the timeline where a crime of assault can be prosecuted. Saying that as of Friday, law enforcement had not presented a case related to the attack in the video. Right? Notably, this is coming as Diddy is facing multiple lawsuits with allegations of sexual abuse, sex trafficking, and more. And it understandably has many people wondering how many of the things alleged are true. Because he denied wrongdoing here until the video came out. We're saying he was innocent of all the awful things being alleged. These are people trying to look for a payday. But now we have this video, and a lot of the discussion has been about the video, with many saying it's just so sad that it takes people seeing a horrifying video to take these claims seriously. People saying things like, not all women are lucky to have a video where you clearly see the assault happening, but all women deserve to be believed whenever they decide to speak. And having to relive trauma is so painful. I can't imagine what it must be like for someone to relive this so publicly. Believe women and consider what survivors must be going through. And just a lot of people expressing sympathy for Cassie and hoping that this is the final nail in the coffin for Diddy. Though of course, this playing out as some people are still defending this monster. Which on that note, to the people defending Diddy with their fucking full chest out, or even the people going like, hey guys, who are we to judge? Fuck you. Are you kidding me? One, who am I to judge someone that doesn't beat the shit? Fuck you. Are you kidding me? One, who am I to judge someone that doesn't beat the shit out of someone that they're with? Which, by the way, pretty fucking low bar. Underneath the ground, honestly, where Diddy should probably be right now, rather than just strolling around in Miami. But you're trash, you're a waste of space, you're fucking stupid. Like, I've seen people out there literally saying, oh, people just want to kick Diddy while he's down, not fucking even seeing the irony there? And overall, with Diddy, I just see a coward that's trying to hide behind God because he knows that what he did is truly unforgivable. And I say that not only because of what we saw happen in that video, but because of all the other things that were likely not caught on video. But that is a story, some of my personal opinion, and of course, whether you agree or you disagree with me, I'll pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And then we've got to talk about zombie mortgages, because while zombies, they're not scary because they're just in movies, zombie mortgages are fucking terrifying because they can actually come back from the dead to take your home. And the scarier thing is that some of you may think this is not relevant to you, but you should think again, because neither did the people in this story. And to properly explain this, we got to take a trip down memory lane to the fall of 2008.
What in the world is happening on Wall Street? 21%.
Because we're now down 43%.
Traders here working the phone say a lot of their customers are freaked out.
On the NASDAQ, everything and more has been completely wiped out.
It was the worst day on Wall Street since the crash of 1987.
The housing bubble, it finally popped, threatening millions of Americans with foreclosure. Because of course, mortgage lenders, they went nuts for years. They were throwing cash at anyone who would take it, even people with shit credit and no savings. And one of the ways they preyed on the least creditworthy borrowers was to bypass the normal requirement for a down payment altogether. And doing this by concocting something called an 80-20 loan, where one loan covers 80% of the home's value and the other loan covers the remaining 20%. But starting in 2007, the adjustable rates in those loans, they kicked in, spiking monthly interest payments way beyond what any subprime borrower could afford. So people defaulted, banks collapsed, and the American economy went belly up. But to save some people from foreclosure, the federal government created a loan modification program. Right? And so people who enrolled got the interest rate on their first loan, the 80% one, lowered back down. And they were told that second loan, right, the 20% one, that was forgiven, written off, or just rolled into the first one. You know, after not hearing anything about it for some 15 years, they figured, hey, it's really gone. But in fact, what they didn't realize is that it had only gone dormant, with debt collectors or other investors buying up that old debt for pennies on the dollar, you know, just quietly sitting on it until home prices rose, which notably they have been over the past few years, with them then launching a surprise attack on the homeowner with an exorbitant bill in their mailbox, retroactively packing on interest payments and late fees that they had no idea they were even supposed to pay all these years, right? Inflating the debt 2 or 3 times its original value, which is exactly what happened to one homeowner who told ABC.
They said, you are no longer liable for this debt. We will update your credit.
Just a few months later, that same loan showed up again. She owed $139,000.
I get a notice of default and hundreds of realtors calling me about my house saying, do I want to sell it? It's pre-foreclosure.
Which is why these second loans are called zombie mortgages.
It's like a horror story, right? They're coming back to haunt you from the dead.
Now, foreclosures, they're hard to track, so quantifying the scale on this is difficult. But with that, NPR looked at several states where the data is available, and the numbers are scary. Right? In New York, for example, foreclosures have been initiated on at least 10,000 zombie mortgages in just the past 2 years, with another 500 showing up in Maryland. You know, the debt collectors, they're making money hand over fist doing this because they're paying nothing, maybe several $1,000s for several $100,000 properties, which is why many of the victims have told reporters it feels essentially like highway robbery. Right? I mean, you have people who have lived in these homes for up to 20 years, who have raised families in them, made memories in them, planned futures in them.
I'm on the brink of losing my home over a simple piece of paper. Had they have sent me a paper every month stating, this is still here, hey, you owe this, I would have paid it. It's horrible thinking I could be out there homeless.
Yeah, the very big thing is that all of this is completely legal. Though that's not to say that you can't get a lawyer and fight back. Or depending on the details, you may be able to claim that the debt collectors violated certain regulations by not notifying you about the interest payments. Which is why if you have or had a second mortgage, listen to this foreclosure prevention advocate who spoke to Fox News.
You have to check your title report. If you have a second that you think is paid off, you need to make sure it was reconveyed. If you think it was not even just paid off, if you think it was just wiped out, it may still be there. You need to check your title. People don't check their credit reports as often as they should. They certainly never check their title reports, and that's the only place it's going to show up until you get a letter saying, hey, please give us an outrageous amount of money before we come take your house. The zombie mortgage business was primarily, for about 10 years ago, was nothing but bottom feeders. Now it's publicly traded companies that are getting involved with this, and all they do is deliver misery.
Which is why ultimately, like, the only long-term solution here is the legal solution for state attorneys general, federal regulators, and most of all, politicians to get involved. Because otherwise, for a lot of people, this is just a horror movie with no end. And then they just killed off Sky. Remember this voice?
Hello, I'm really excited about teaming up with you, and I'm all set to dive in. So how can I make your life easier?
Right, it's one of ChatGPT's AI voices. A lot of people saying it sounded like a virtual Scarlett Johansson, just like you heard her in the movie Her. With many, after hearing it, also saying the voice sounded very flirty, kind of almost erotic. And that voice, you might not have known, was called Sky. And its similarity to Scarlett Johansson is perhaps most apparent in a blog post that actually came back in September, or back when OpenAI started rolling out new voice and image capabilities.
Once in a tranquil woodland, there was a fluffy mama cat named Lila.
One sunny day, she cuddled with her playful kitten, Milo, under the shade of an old oak tree.
But, people really started making the comparison after the GPT 4o release last week, with The Verge even putting out a headline titled ChatGPT will be able to talk to you like Scarlett Johansson and her. Even though an OpenAI engineer told the outlet that the voice wasn't designed to sound like Scarlett Johansson at all, people still heard it, and it also didn't help that after the launch last week, Sam Altman, the company CEO, simply tweeted her, with basically every response interpreting that as a reference to the movie. But then, last night, the company actually released a statement saying that it's pausing the use of the Sky voice, and saying in a blog post, we believe that AI voices should not deliberately mimic a celebrity's distinctive voice. Sky's voice is not an imitation of Scarlett Johansson, but belongs to a different professional actress using her own natural speaking voice. To protect their privacy, we cannot share the names of our voice talents. And with that, saying that it worked with casting groups and producers to figure out what kind of actors they wanted to work with, what kind of voices they wanted to hear. Hundreds of people then submitted their voices, and 5 were chosen. And possibly the pause on Sky being connected to the fact that Scarlett Johansson is not scared to get legal. In fact, last year we saw her take legal action against an AI app that used her likeness without consent in an ad. And then we got more big news that we have to talk about, but I want to take a second to say I love hearing that a lot of you out there, you're taking steps to regain control of your life by going to pdsdebt.com/DeFranco and getting somewhere when paying off your debt. Nobody likes the stress of mounting debt, the pressure and the feeling of helplessness. And if you're feeling this way and you're ready to do something about it, today's sponsor, PDS Debt, has a program that rolls all of your payments into one low monthly payment. And I'm talking about one low monthly payment based on what you can afford. PDS Debt is a top-rated company on Google with an A+. Here, many of the bills that Youngkin has vetoed concern culture war issues that could play into the upcoming presidential and congressional contest. And Democrats saying this waterfall of vetoes, it just solidifies his record as a hard-right politician. Right, most recently, we saw Youngkin striking down bills that would have protected access to contraception and closed tax loopholes for Confederate heritage groups, with Youngkin arguing that the first proposal was overly broad and violated religious and parental freedoms. And regarding the prevention of tax breaks on a handful of Confederate heritage groups, Youngkin claimed that the organizations named in the bill were being unfairly singled out, and that notably, as he even admitted that the property tax exemption was ripe for reform, delineated by inconsistencies and discrepancies. But also, these are just the most recent. He's also struck down a number of other major measures this year, including a wide range of proposed gun laws, or things that would have banned ghost guns or prohibited firearms from hospitals providing psychiatric services. And so with all this, it's going to be very interesting to see how all this plays out in Virginia come November, especially because many saw the Republicans' upsets in the legislature last election as a response to Youngkin's increasingly hard-right shift. And then we've got to talk about how world politics got a major shakeup this weekend after the president and foreign minister of Iran died in a helicopter crash. Both of them were visiting East Azerbaijan, which despite the name is part of Iran and in the western part of the country. Notably, the area is extremely mountainous, and during their flight, they ran into very thick fog. Helicopters and fog, not the best combination, especially when you combine that with hilly or mountainous terrain. And while it's currently unclear what the failure was, you had state media saying that there was a technical failure. But regardless, the flight crashed and killed everyone on board. Now, initially, there was some hope that there might have been some survivors, but it took rescue workers hours to get to the super remote crash site, and by then, essentially all hope was lost, with footage from a Turkish broadcaster allegedly from the site showing that it was a Bell 212 that crashed. Right, and that's actually very notable because those are made by the US and Canada, and they were likely bought decades ago before sanctions. And those sanctions, they may have led to trouble getting spare parts, leading to speculation that maybe that played a role in the crash. Although it should be said that despite Twitter conspiracy theories, it doesn't look like this was some secret plot by the CIA or the Mossad to kill Raisi, especially as Iran state media is not even making claims like that. But, that said, President Ibrahim Raisi's death, it's a massive deal both domestically and internationally beyond just normal day-to-day politics. Right? At home, there will be new elections soon, and the presidency will be temporarily filled by the VP. But there, Raisi was seen as one of the last old guard of Iranian leaders from during the revolution. He was also widely considered one of the very few people who could really take over the supreme leader position when Khomeini dies. Right? That short list is even shorter now, with Khomeini's son believed to be one of the most likely successors now, which is extremely ironic because it'll turn the republic into a hereditary monarchy wrapped in Islamic iconography, which is something the republic was established to get rid of. But that, of course, further down the road, and as far as the now, there will be a funeral procession for Raisi. Well, that will be widely attended. It's also very likely that this death will be celebrated, which, might seem odd when you consider that he won the presidential vote with like 60+% of the vote. However, a very key thing there is that pretty much all of his opponents were barred from running on top of a record low turnout. Additionally, we're talking about a guy that was infamous in Iran for having blood on his hands because shortly after the revolution, he was in charge of killing political prisoners, with that leading to thousands of deaths. And he apparently never really broke that habit considering how heavy-handed his government's been with the past 2 years of protests. And then with this, there's an international shakeup. The death of Raisi as well as the foreign minister, it comes as tensions are extremely high in the region. You have Iran and Israel exchanging blows, both directly and not to mention all the proxy groups Iran supports that attack Israel. And those, they include the two major concerns that Israel has right now, Hamas and Hezbollah. And as a matter of fact, Iran is pretty much the only power in the region that supports those groups directly with funds and guns. But then finally, with this, of course, there is the big question now, that is, what's next? We need to see which way Iran wants to go with a new leader and whether that'll be a continued hardline shift on Islamic revolutionary politics or a return to a slightly more moderate leader like ex-President Rouhani. Although there, you have most experts saying that Israel shouldn't expect much of a change. Though also, because Raisi was considered one of the few people capable of legitimately carrying on the mantle of supreme leader without much pushback, there's currently a growing question of just how long the Islamic Republic would last after Khomeini's death. So yeah, just a little tiny possible game-changing news today. And then in big international news, Israel and Hamas have actually found themselves kinda on the same side for once after leaders from both sides became the target of potential arrest warrants by the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. And in particular, he wants to get Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, as well as 3 Hamas leaders of war crimes and crimes against humanity. While this can sound like a major deal, it's also very likely that not much is going to come from it, at least for some time, if ever. At least for the leaders of Israel, and we'll also get to that in a second. First off, a 3-judge panel still needs to approve the warrant, which is notably something that the United States is heavily pushing back against, with President Biden calling it outrageous and saying, "We will always stand with Israel against threats to its security," which also, it shouldn't come as a shock, as the U.S. has long been opposed to the ICC and isn't party to it, which also means that even if an arrest warrant was made, the U.S. wouldn't enforce it. Meanwhile, Israel has also condemned the move, with the foreign minister calling it a historic disgrace that will be remembered forever, and that the country would work to ensure that any potential warrants are never enforced on Israeli leaders. And this, as Hamas has also condemned the ICC, saying that it, quote, equates the victim with the executioner. With this, one of the questions is, what exactly is the ICC pointing to in order to justify these warrants? And there, for Hamas, Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan pointed to the October 7th attacks, saying that these acts demand accountability. As for Netanyahu and Gallant, Khan said, the effects of the use of starvation as a method of warfare, together with other attacks and collective punishment against the civilian population of Gaza, are acute, visible, and widely known. They include malnutrition, dehydration, profound suffering, and an increasing number of deaths among the Palestinian population, including babies, other children, and women. However, with all this, even if a warrant is never executed, this could still serve as a big blow for both sides. For Hamas, it would make traveling even harder, not to mention that they'd be in big trouble if Fatah, which controls the West Bank, is given control of all of Palestine again. And that's because Palestine accepted the ICC's jurisdiction back in 2015, unlike Israel. With that actually pointing to a major reason the ICC was set up. It's an independent court that's supposed to help places with a failing judicial system go after war criminals. And in Israel's case, it argues that it has a functioning judiciary and doesn't need the ICC. As a matter of fact, it's because of this and other factors that many nations don't even recognize the court, including the United States, Russia, and China. Hell, the U.S. even levied sanctions on the ICC prosecutor back in 2020 for their attempts to look into potential American war crimes in Afghanistan before Biden lifted them in 2021. Vladimir Putin, he's flaunted an arrest warrant since March of 2023 by traveling with seemingly no issues. Though that's also backed up by the realities of world politics. Actually arresting Putin or Netanyahu or any leader with a capable military would probably mean serious retaliation. So they have that bubble, whereas Hamas would not. But that doesn't mean that Netanyahu would be able to just go anywhere that he wants, as some countries may still risk it. That becomes even more true once he's out of power. Though also, while he is in power, it still could make other countries reluctant to help him and Israel over fears of looking like they're helping an alleged war criminal. But of course, with this news, whether you see it as symbolic or something that's actionable, I'd love to know your thoughts. But y'all, that is where your Monday evening, Tuesday morning show is going to end. But I'll see you again soon, because my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, this babe, with you every day. You like my oxygen.
A math for me. So bored. Let's listen to this.
Welcome back, everybody. In today's video, we'll be taking a look at an extremely goofy looking frauditor getting kicked out of a courtroom and city hall. And after that, we have a frauditor getting arrested at the post office. But before we get into that, I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, Aura. In January of this year, the world's largest data breach happened, labeled the mother of all breaches, and it revealed 26 billion stolen records. The breach was so big, it contained 12 terabytes of information, and most of the info was stolen from popular websites such as Twitter and LinkedIn. But what's even worse is that there was also data stolen from governmental agencies, which means that your social security number, your private information is at risk. And that's why when a situation like this happens, you need Aura. Aura scans the clear web and the dark web and automatically sends requests to remove your information, therefore protecting you and making sure you don't become a victim of identity theft or scams. And Aura does all this plus so much more for your cybersecurity, all for the low price of $12 a month. When it comes to your personal information online, you have to take it seriously, because victims of identity thefts are often out tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars before they can resolve the issue. So it's better to solve it before it even happens. Luckily for you, you can try Aura for free for 14 days by using my link in the description and in the pinned comment. So don't wait until hackers have your information and try out Aura today. Now back to the video.
Hello.
Alright. Right up here. You're gonna have to remove the hat. Come back and dress appropriately. Okay? With no flip-flops, no hat.
I was told to be here today. I will wait for my appearance.
Alright, you're gonna have to take your hat
You
off.
can come up here, come and get a continuance. You're gonna have to take your hat off. You're gonna have to put your cell phone out in your car. I have information that I need on my cell phone. I will refuse that order because I am lawfully allowed to refuse that order because it's not a lawful order. Okay, well then you will need to leave. Judge has spoken. I would like to hear that from the judge. You're telling me. I have a lawful reason to leave.
You can either put the hat up. Yeah.
Okay.
If not, then you're gonna have to leave.
Then I would like to file for a mistrial as my important information that I need is on my cell phone. Well then
you just
when
go
you
get a
explain it to
continuance.
the judge, if you want us to stay, if she says go get your phone out of your car,
Yeah, then you
and
go
you
get
want to
it.
see it, then you can go do it. But right now, you're not going to record in here.
I never said I was recording.
All right,
You
well,
said you were going to record.
I said I would like to petition to do so.
You cannot. So the judge.
So obviously this clown is trying to make a mockery out of the justice system by appearing in court like this, but he's only making a fool out of himself, because that is absolutely ridiculous. For some reason, I think he's trying to give Taco Terry a run for his money when it comes to the goofiest looking frauditor.
And I need my phone.
all right. Well, if she asks you, do you go get it? Then she'll let you go get it. So you can put your hat up in the car. And
Your phone is going to go in your car, and your hat is going to come off and coming back on you.
Just get three of the same thing. Like,
Also,
wow.
is this being recorded?
Yes, we are recording. Okay, we have a right to do that. We are authorized by the court to do that.
I am a member of the public, and therefore I have the right of the press.
All right, look, you can either take your hat off, dude.
Yes, I am actually.
All right.
Everybody is a member of the press because we all have the rights of the press.
All right.
No, we're not.
So you need to take the hat off and go put the phone up, and then you can come back.
Funding, you can come back in.
May I ask what's going to happen if I don't?
And get arrested
You get arrested because
for remaining after forbidden,
we're telling you to leave.
disturbing the peace because they're going to try to get the court started.
This is a public place. And
All right.
these
Well,
are
you could
public
still be
proceedings.
disturbing the peace because they want to get on with their trial and get on with their business.
You're not addressed appropriately.
And how does that disturb somebody else?
It's keeping us from
You're keeping us from starting court.
How?
If I have to put my hands on you. I don't want to do that. Okay, so under threat of arrest, I will comply. What is your name and badge number?
Officer Stephen Tarzia, badge 228.
Name and badge number, please. I am Cal Miaza, number 160. Thank you. And I will be able to. I assume you're recording.
Yes.
Under.
You can come up here right now. You can go get a copy of it.
Continue. Come back, dress appropriate with no phone.
You can stay as long as you just take the head off and put the phone up.
Well, I can't put my phone up. I can't comply
Okay,
with
then
that.
go get it. All right, then go get a continuance.
You can't come to court like that.
No flip flops. No hat.
Dress appropriate.
Dress appropriate. Look, here's the rules up here. I understand that, and those rules are unconstitutional.
Okay. Well, you can
Take it to the Supreme Court.
come to court, dress appropriate, or not come to court, and issue a warrant for you.
That was amazing. Either you can come to court and dress like a normal person and stop acting like a man-child, or we can just put a warrant on your dumbass. We don't care. Now, this mayor knows exactly what he's doing. And for those who are wondering, this doesn't really look like your usual courtroom. It's because it's not. This is a mayoral court, and it's only in certain states that they have that. And it's basically for small infractions that will not lead you in jail. But it's still legal and binding, so you do have to show up.
Actually, technically, I can be right here.
All right, we're asking you to leave the building. All right, they need you because even here you can disturb. You're disturbing the business going on and the trials that are going to be happening.
This is a public
So you need to.
building.
All right, we're asking you to please leave.
Could I at least file a FOIA request or something?
For
What's going to be your body camera footage?
all right, if you need to, you do have to plead. If you need to make a complaint against me, you can go to the Mandeville Police Station. It's right over here.
Okay. What? I mean, I've stepped out of the.
All right, this
you
is
have
continuing.
no business in here right now. This is a public building. You have no business in here right now.
All right, you need you to leave, sir. And you can come back when you dress appropriately. Okay.
I'm no longer in the court.
All right, this is still part of the courtroom. Okay.
No,
So
it is
you-
not. This is part of the public,
All right, sir.
public lobby.
All right. You can get arrested for remaining at the forbidden or disturbing the peace because you're still disturbing what's going on in there. Because we want to conduct business, okay?
I'm trying to be polite and respectful.
Okay,
So.
we're asking you to leave, sir.
So you're saying that unless I completely leave this public lobby, I will be arrested.
Yes.
And leave. Enjoy your lawsuit.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Watch out for the door. Why did you in?
Enjoy your lawsuit. Empty threats as usual. Like I said, I've said this many times because I always hear these threats of lawsuits. If I had a nickel, every time I would hear a threat of a lawsuit, I wouldn't even need to have this YouTube channel. I would be retired. These guys are so full of shit. Alright, as for the next video, I was going to make this into a main video, but the footage cuts off right at the end before he gets arrested. But I have confirmed that he did get arrested for this, so that's why I'll just include it in this clip. So it's a clown going to the post office doing the usual fraud it. His username is Fly Guy on YouTube, barely has like 300 subscribers. He's as pathetic as can be, and he's using the old tired frauditor script.
It is. The day's almost over with. Everybody look like they tired and stressed out. I'm recording in a public room where y'all giving y'all personal information. You right. You didn't hear. I'm recording in a public room where you guys are giving your private information. I'm looking for demons. Sam is a fool. Sam, tell him stand down. Tell him, Sam, tell him to say, I already told him he could record in here. Tell him. But you said I can record in here. You just told me that you were familiar with Plainview Doctrine, right? Right?
You've been filming all this whole time.
Is it illegal?
Yes, it is.
But you just said that you're familiar with Plainview Doctrine.
You don't even
So
know
can you trespass? You can trespass my eyes?
Just
Hmm?
yeah,
You can trespass my eyes. So whatever my eyes can see, I can film, right? 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 This is an extension of my body. Right?
No, it's not.
It's not? So if you took it from me, would that be assault?
I'm not touching you.
Right.
You're just trying to egg me on.
Am I back there? Am I back there filming?
You're video, right?
Am I back there filming?
Recording right now, and you're able to see
So can I
everything
see it? Can I see it?
Huh?
Can I see it?
You can see it later.
I can see back here, right?
Yeah.
So what's
And
the
you're
big?
recording.
So is the onus on me to create privacy, or is that on you? Ma'am, please be quiet. You're not making no point. You're not making no point. Yeah, it is. It's getting really heated. They're causing a disturbance.
All of a sudden, they
Let me see this. No, I'm being Mel.
Right.
Come over here. Tell Sam come over there, and then I'll stop. Yes, he does. I just paid my taxes.
because he will end up in the police station in just a moment. He will end up.
Yeah, 1998. Bro, there's no expectation of privacy in public. You're a federal agent. You should know that. So, Sam, you hold the surety bonds? You the manager. Your postmaster hold the surety bonds?
Why are you trying to get this information? Like, what's your point? What is your agenda?
Who's my winner? You're my
Tell her
winner.
what we do with surety
My
bonds.
cat is such a winner, guys.
Tell her. Tell her what's the purpose of
Cat has
the
had
surety bond?
objectively one of the best.
What's the purpose of the surety bonds for the employees of this bank?
This freaking cat over here.
So excited because you'll be outside and we'll be like, we got our account posted.
Meanwhile, this douchebag.
So finally, the cops arrive and they're.
They told us that, and we can enforce it.
That says that I can be on property,
Okay, he just told you you can't. The guy who runs this place just told you you can't be.
but I can be on property.
Where the fuck am I supposed to go? I get jumped out everywhere.
This footage shows my client Brian being arrested at a West Virginia traffic stop for not rolling down his window the entire way.
Hello, go ahead and roll your window down for me.
It's all right.
Go ahead and roll your window down for me.
What do you need it down for?
Because I said roll the window down or you go to jail.
Why are you being like that?
Roll the window down now. sorry, man. I was arresting my guy for being a goddamn sucker.
After I posted this footage to YouTube almost 2 years ago, the criminal charges were dropped, the officer was fired, and a federal civil rights lawsuit was filed. Well, final update here. We just settled this lawsuit. Why did it settle? And for how much? Let's recap the footage. On January 31st, 2022, Brian Beckett was traveling home from work, driving north on West Virginia Route 19 in Mount Hope, West Virginia. It was around 5:45 p.m. He ended up getting pulled over for speeding, allegedly, by Mount Hope Police Department officer Aaron Shrewsbury. Instead of just getting a speeding ticket or even a warning, Mr. Beckett ended up being pulled out of his car and arrested for obstructing an officer, disorderly conduct, speeding, and reckless driving. Mr. Beckett was driving home from an industrial work site in a nearby county. He's not a criminal, he was just trying to drive down the road and get home. Luckily for him, he had a dash cam recording, which appears to show that he was driving safely. It doesn't indicate his speed, but this isn't about his speeding ticket. Officer Shrewsbury would subsequently swear under oath in the criminal complaint that he filed with the court authorizing Mr. Beckett's arrest that not only did he radar Mr. Beckett speeding, but that, quote, as I was catching up to the vehicle, I noticed the vehicle weaving through traffic recklessly, but that I was able to pull behind the vehicle and get it stopped. Here is the client's dash cam, which survived, thankfully, which saved his rear end here. Take a look at it yourself and see if it shows him driving recklessly. All the way, and here, so fortunately the dash cam paid for itself here. It showed that there was no reckless driving. But the crazy thing that happened here was Officer Shrewsbury just immediately arrested Mr. Beckett for obstruction for not rolling his window down all the way, and he never bothered to ask Mr. Beckett for his license, registration, proof of insurance, or even his name. He just demanded that the window be rolled down all the way, not even providing a reason, just because he demanded it.
Hello, go ahead and roll your window down for me.
It's all right.
Go ahead and roll your window down for me.
What do you need it down for?
Because I said roll the window down or you
Why
go
are
to
you-
jail.
why are you being like that?
Roll the window down now.
I'm not going to.
All right, go ahead and step up the floor for me. Walk back here. Sorry, man. I was arresting the guy for being a goddamn sucker.
Then he immediately removed him from the car and arrested him. The officer never even identified himself, the reason he pulled him over, or explained any legitimate reason that he required the window to be rolled all the way down. In the subsequent criminal complaint, no allegation was made or even charged that it is illegal in West Virginia to not roll one's window down completely during a traffic stop. He was merely just charged with obstruction. West Virginia courts have held that when done in an orderly manner, merely questioning or remonstrating with an officer while he or she is performing his or her duty does not ordinarily constitute the offense of obstructing an officer. At no point did Mr. Beckett refuse to participate in that traffic stop that was being conducted by Officer Shrewsbury. He rolled down the window partially. He was clearly visible through the non-tinted glass. His hands were visible and non-threatening. He hadn't refused to provide his license, registration, or proof of insurance. He hadn't refused to identify himself or to do any act that he was required by law to perform. And I'm still aware of no West Virginia law, nor was one identified in this case, requiring motorists who are subjected to traffic stops in West Virginia to roll their windows completely down as a matter of routine. Officer Shrewsbury also charged Brian with disorderly conduct under West Virginia law. Why? Well, he said that as I walked him back to my vehicle, Mr. Beckett said this was bullshit. I then informed Mr. Beckett to stop cussing and placed him inside my vehicle. So he charged him with disorderly conduct. But under West Virginia's disorderly conduct statute, no probable cause would exist for a warrantless arrest for disorderly conduct by saying this was bullshit. First of all, if that were possible, it would be a First Amendment violation. As the West Virginia Supreme Court warned law enforcement way back in 1988, the freedom of individuals verbally to oppose or challenge police action without thereby risking arrest is one of the principal characteristics by which we distinguish a free nation from a police state. There was also a West Virginia Supreme Court case, Maston versus Wagner, which held specifically that the West Virginia disorderly conduct statute, while potentially criminalizing some profane language under some circumstances, it has to be in public in front of other third persons who complain, who are actually offended. It does not criminalize profane language used by a citizen directed towards law enforcement during their interaction with law enforcement. And then you have the U.S. Supreme Court cases, Cone versus California, 1971, Lewis versus City of New Orleans, 1974, that free speech, however offensive or controversial to sensitive, virgin-eared police officers, is afforded a high level of First Amendment protection. After, not before, after I posted the original YouTube video and the public saw it as usual, then the criminal charges were dismissed. Ultimately, the officer was fired, from what I understand. One other interesting thing here that I pointed out in the earlier video is that this police officer was completely uncredible to begin with because he had been previously decertified as a police officer, as I explained in the prior video. The politicians and the prosecutors behind the scenes of this particular police officer, Aaron Shrewsbury, really should explain to their public why this police officer is allowed to victimize citizens in the first place, given the fact that he had previously lost his certification to be a police officer in West Virginia while working at the Fayette County Sheriff's Office for, quote, dishonesty/willful falsification of information. No, unfortunately, I'm not making that up. That's right, this same police officer who filed false and incorrect charges against Mr. Beckett, as we've just explained, has somehow in the past managed to screw up his job as a police officer so badly that he lost his certification to be a police officer for lying as a police officer. Truly unbelievable. And how scary is that this man Brian was being prosecuted for multiple misdemeanors, which together, I mean, could be years in jail technically, when theoretically, if he did anything, all right, let's just say he was speeding, but he was charged with obstructing an officer, he was charged with disorderly conduct, he was charged with reckless driving, on top of speeding, and he spent like 24 hours in jail for speeding, if he was speeding, just because one bad cop decided to show him what he can do to punish him. How often did this happen before where people did not have dash cams in the vehicle? Now, fortunately, once exposed to the public, eventually the prosecutor did the right thing, the town did the right thing, but it was only exposure to the public, exposure to you, that made that happen. And at the end of the day, the town did the right thing in settling this case. So we filed the lawsuit, and very early on in the process, they wanted to settle, they came to the table, my client came to the table, and we reached an agreement. In the civil lawsuit, all you can do is agree on an amount of money, if they will pay an amount of money. And they did agree to pay a fair amount in this case. The ultimate amount that we ended up agreeing on in this case was $62,500. Why that amount? Well, it was a search and seizure case, a false arrest case. There was no use of force. You have to compare to prior verdicts, prior settlements that involve similar facts, and there's not a whole lot of them. A lot of the value of these cases are attorney's fees. So at the end of the day, we believed it was a fair amount. And if they wanted to go forward, yeah, of course, we could potentially get a lot more. But that's what your government should do, is settle these things when they're legitimate earlier on, so that the taxpayers don't have to pay way more in the end. So that's the final update in this case. And I know some people want to hear like it was, $10 trillion settlement in these cases, but that's just not the reality. It's always a possibility, very, very good possibility, that you lose these. And not only do you get nothing, but you're out all the expenses that you have. It's always a great possibility that even if you won a jury trial, especially in West Virginia, the jury gives you like $500 or something. So when the government pays in excess of $25,000 or so, it's likely a very legitimate case. So if you like following along with these cases, please subscribe, both here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. And videos like this keep the government honest. Our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
Our buddy Val tweeted this out. The biggest
Miss Rachel. My kids love Miss Rachel. They always watch Miss Rachel. A lot of people don't know. If you've came to my shows, you probably know this because it's part of my act. But my 3-year-old Sadie, she's 3 years old now, but she's not talking. I mean, she's talking. She says full sentences. She'll say the entire alphabet. She knows every number. She knows every letter. She knows all of those things, but she's not really communicating with us. And eye contact isn't all there. Doesn't really respond to her name. Yeah. However, she's talking a lot more and saying a lot more things because of Miss Rachel, because Miss Rachel also has a non-communicative child, and it makes a lot of us feel better because we're like, Jesus Christ, if even Miss Rachel's having problems, that makes us feel better. And every time there's been, in fact, one show when I did that bit on stage, I had the audience chanting, one of us, one of that. So, yeah, great, wonderful. But anyway, it just means that when she grows up, she's going to be very funny. She's going to do well on the internet, you know, if I ever decide to allow her on there. But basically what's happened is, and for those who don't know, Miss Rachel is a YouTube child performer, right? That's what she is. She's basically YouTube Blues Clues and everything, right? She sings little songs, she does nursery rhymes, she teaches kids words and phrases, she teaches them sign language. She's very good. She's very, very good. However, people made her cry. People made her cry because she opened up a cameo and it was like £200 per cameo, and a lot of people were like, what? But 100% of the proceeds were going to, I believe it was the Save the Children charity. However, those same proceeds were then going to the Gaza Strip to help the kids there, and people got really upset about that. And then they bullied Miss Rachel, and they made Miss Rachel cry. So, let's go into the article. But before we get started, a big thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video. It is a sad fact of life that being born to eat means that we are also forced to cook. But fortunately, the stress of planning dinner and follow step by £3 star says she became the target of bullying after launching a fundraiser to help kids in conflict areas. Miss Rachel's online videos are usually filled with bright images and upbeat songs to help kids learn their numbers and colours. But on May the 16th, the preschool teacher turned YouTube star, better known for her Songs for Little series, shared a somber video on Instagram and TikTok, saying that she'd been the target of online bullying after launching a fundraiser to help kids in war-torn areas, including the Gaza Strip. So basically, she didn't turn around and say only the Gaza Strip, it was basically any child in any war-torn area anywhere. The bullying is bad, it's so bad, but I can handle this, Miss Rachel, whose real name is Rachel Accurso, says in the video, wiping away tears. And that's it, I'm not going to play the video, because it's very sad, it's actually quite upsetting seeing Miss Rachel like that. Saying I don't care about kids, about all kids, it's like, it just hurts so bad. That is who I am, I love my neighbour, I love every child. Imagining for 1 second what a mum is going through, unable to feed her child or give her child clean water or keep her child safe, she says in the video. Accurso reiterated her caption that she cares deeply for all children. Palestinian children, Israeli children, children in the US, Muslim, Jewish, Christian children, all children in every country, not one is excluded, she wrote, which I think is completely fair. Now, even though I say all the time that the Israel-Palestine thing, everyone's like, are you Israel or Palestine? I'm Scottish, I'm not from there, I don't give a shit. Right, that's why I don't talk about the conflict, I don't talk about Ukraine, Russia, I don't talk about Israel, Palestine, because I'm not from there, it's states doing state things, I don't care. However, I feel extremely bad for the children. I feel, see everyone, yeah, pick a state, yeah, make a donation. No, I'm not making a donation. What about for the kids though? That's when I'd be like, yeah, alright, okay, fine, right, you can have some money. Right, as long as it goes to the children, and let's be very honest, most of the time, it fucking doesn't, does it? But anyway, but basically, I care very deeply for the children. I feel very, very bad for the kids over there, especially with the fact that their parents are absolute idiots that will continue the cycle of violence constantly, and they are going to get grown up and raised in that and then become that themselves, and hey-ho, the circle of life and death continues, right? So, yeah, I totally understand where she's coming from, and I agree with her. To do a fundraiser for children who are currently starving, who have no food or water, who are being killed, is human, the mum of two added, which is, yeah. I mean, you see a starving child, doesn't matter who it is, you know, doesn't matter who or where they're from, like, I understand that we're all racists, you know, we're all racists here, however, if you see a starving child, like, it doesn't matter, do something about it, right, come on, look, we're racist, but we're moral racists, right, let's not be the devil, right? Let's not be like that bad, like, Jesus Christ. Representatives for Accurso did not immediately respond to Today.com's request for comment. Is that the? Oh no, it's no. Oh, Miss Rachel, from the bottom of my baby's heart and mine, we love you and we know how much you care about the health, happiness, wellness of every child. Wrote one on her Instagram video. Acurzo disabled the comments on that post and several others. Acurzo announced her fundraising initiative in a video on May the 12th. The YouTube star explained her plan to create videos for children on the celebrity video message site Cameo, and then give every penny to the humanitarian non-profit Save the Children's Emergency Fund to help kids living in conflict areas around the world, including Gaza, Sudan, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Ukraine. Save the Children currently is not active in Israel. How about that? Hopefully I can make little ones smile by giving them a personal video, and then the money will go to help more children living in unimaginable circumstances, she said. Children should never experience the horrors of war. These are grave violations of their human rights. Children should be protected, which is absolutely true. And everybody knows that I hate war, hate war hawks, hate all these people that are like, some country across the world is doing stuff about fucking tariffs. We should fucking, if they sign up then, you fucking... That was close. Sign up then, you go over there and fight. Instead of going, oh yeah, all those 18-year-olds that I've never met and I don't really care about them, or their parents getting a flag delivered to their door instead of their child. Yeah, you know, but what matters is my stock prices. Let's send the soldiers over there. Yeah, fucking neck yourself. I hate war hawks. I hate it. There's very, like, see when you look all the way throughout history, the vast majority of war and conflict is because the king got pissed off, like, and it's dumb. A king got a little bit insulted, tens of thousands dead, but it's stupid, it's dumb. There's very, very few actual good reasons to go to war. Very, very few. And it's just, you know what, let's not go there. In this video, that's for another time. Days later, Acurzo announced an update that she had already raised $50,000 after receiving 500 requests for Cameo videos and was forced to pause her initiative in order to fulfill the orders. Now, one thing I've noticed that a lot of celebrities do, because I've seen there's major celebrities on Cameo, and I was a little bit like, why the hell are they on there? I thought that was a place that people go when they need a bit of pocket money, because, you know, they're getting less and less phone calls from their agent. Like, I thought that's what it was, but then it turns out that it's basically a double dip charity type thing where they're doing it, but all the proceeds go to charity, and also they made someone's auntie's day by sending her a nice little birthday message or something like that. You know, it's like that. So that made me kind of go, all right, fair enough. I get it now. I totally get why like big names are on there and doing that, because it's a nice thing for a charitable cause, and also you've just made a fan's day. So that's nice. And that seems to be what Miss Rachel was doing, because we even considered doing it ourselves. And like, maybe I'll post a screenshot to the WhatsApp message, because Sue went, oh, we should totally do this. What should we get her to say for Sadie? And I replied saying the N-word. And Sue didn't find that funny. Maybe I'll post a screenshot in the chat if my wife allows me. But yeah, this is absolutely terrible. Miss Rachel clearly, like, she's not political. She's not a political person in any way. She's a children's performer. So her saying, I don't care who they are or where they're from, I care about children and I want to protect children. Absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. However, there are a lot of people making video responses online. There was even, I don't think it's a 1%er MC, but there was an MC that made a video of them all on their motorbikes, and the guy's like screaming at the camera going, who made Miss Rachel cry? Who made Miss Rachel cry? Which was quite funny, right? But the fact is, she's a children's performer that just wants to help children, and people are harassing her online because she's helping the wrong kind of children. They're children. They're fucking children. Come on. It doesn't matter who they are or where they're from. They deserve charity. They deserve human rights. They deserve food and clean water. So if she wants to make like a totally consent-based charitable donation towards all of these children, then there's no problem with that whatsoever. Yes, I understand that the vast majority of aid that gets sent to Gaza gets funneled straight to Hamas, right? I get that, right? Pretty much everything that gets sent over there gets funneled to those guys, right? But, wait, I mean, it doesn't mean you should at least try and do something, like, at least. But, anyway, I just think it's absolutely rotten that these absolute bastards made a sweet, lovely children's performer cry.
Should be able to hit. Should be able to hit 70. Let's try. And now we upgraded on my teleport on. I probably already like to use that.
Tell me of your travels. May your days bring you joy. Travel safe.
Prove yourself now. Deal with these intruders. The clan who brings me their heads will have my favor. Clan Hathak will show all why they are the truest of Mogu.
I'm gonna start this review by saying this is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. And you guys Another suggestion from the chat in one of my live premieres. Shriek of the Mutilated has everything I could possibly want from a movie to feature it on this show. It's 86 minutes of super weird, unintentional hilarity as a group of students go looking for a Yeti, but end up finding the Shaggy Dog instead. Hey guys, welcome back to the show. And on this episode, I'm going to be talking about Shriek of the Mutilated, a movie that features Yeti hunting, religious cults, impeccable 70s fashion. It's got it all. And check out this sweet poster. This looks super cool. It's just too bad that the movie really doesn't live up to this at all. We begin with these university students attending the Yeti class, I guess. And Professor Ernst Prell is like, hey, check out these drawings. Now, how can you tell me the Yeti isn't real? Just look at the detail here. The professor is taking the students on a road trip the next day so that they can try to find a Yeti on Boot Island. And where is Boot Island, you might ask? Well, it's somewhere in upstate New York, where we all know Yetis are known to congregate. Seriously though, this is just supposed to be a fictional location. The only Boot Island that I know of is in Nova Scotia. And even that looks more like a clog, if anything. So the professor is like, everybody go home, get plenty of sleep, pack your best animal print vest, and be ready in the morning because we leave early in my van to go solve the mystery of the Yeti. And I know what you're thinking. Wow, when you put all the elements together, this is starting to look like some Scooby-Doo type shit. Then, as they all start to leave, he gets Keith to stay behind. The others are excited about going to a party that night, and when Keith makes it outside, he tells Karen that he'll have to catch up with them later.
Hey, I'm sorry, but the old man pressed me into dinner. You don't mind going alone, do you?
Keith.
Well, what could I tell him?
I don't know, that you have plans. See, this is why everybody needs a good excuse in their back pocket at all times, for every situation. Sounds like another great small business idea. That is a pretty awkward situation, though. I mean, a teacher asking you out to dinner is awkward enough, but then you add in the fact that you're spending the next few days with him on a field trip. That's tough. Because let's say you make up an excuse as to why you can't go to dinner, and then he's kind of pissed off about it, and then throughout the field trip, he's just being passive-aggressive with you. So that night, the rest of them go to the college party, which is filled with the stuff you'd find at any college party. Booze, dancing, meat, bored people, and popcorn. Then this former student of Dr. Prell shows up, Spencer St. Clair, and he starts freaking out when he hears about the field trip and starts ranting about how Dr. Prell once took him on a field trip where 3 of his friends died, and that Dr. Prell is at it again. Then he goes over what happened in this terrible looking flashback. And I'm telling you right now, that's all I'd need to be like, yeah, you know what? I'm skipping that field trip tomorrow. I mean, you're about to get into this guy's van for 6 hours to go to an island, and this guy is like, yeah, don't do it. I did it and people died. And then he goes into detail about what happened. And yeah, sure, I mean, seems pretty unhinged, but wouldn't that be at least a little bit concerning? After the party, the hostess apologizes to Karen and Lynn for Spencer.
He does carry on about that episode. I suppose it was dreadful for him.
Yeah, I mean, who knew watching 3 of your friends die would lead to some lasting mental health problems? Meanwhile, Dr. Prell takes Keith out to this very exclusive restaurant where he orders this strange meat for both of them called Jin Sung. And I gotta say, if this was me back in college, missing a party because a teacher insisted on taking me out to dinner, and then I don't even get to pick from the menu, he just orders me some strange meat, yeah, I'd be pretty annoyed. Seriously, I mean, I don't mess with strange meats in general. I got stomach issues, I got IBS, I gotta walk a very thin tightrope whenever I go out to restaurants. So yeah, sorry, couldn't do it. I'd be like, look, I appreciate the gesture, but I have stomach problems. Think I'm just gonna go with the chicken fingers and fries. Know what's in those. Anyways, the next day they finally get to Boot Island, a private island apparently with a private bridge. Must be nice. And then they arrive at the home of Carl Werner, and he's like, yep, there's a Yeti here, all right. And I just don't see how that's possible. I mean, how could a Yeti sneak onto this property? It's private. Just look at those security measures. Good luck getting past that chain without a key. Karen is super pissed off with Keith because he didn't even call last night. And he's like, look, I had strange meat in my mouth. I couldn't get away. What the hell was I supposed to do? At least you got to have fun. She goes for a walk outside to let off some steam and runs into Laughing Crow, Carl's housekeeper who can't really speak. And he's chopping wood in his typical wood chopping attire.
He's a harmless old buzzard. He takes very good care of me.
And you know what, Karen? It would be polite not to scream and treat this guy like a monster. I mean, he's just doing his job, and you are a guest here. At least Keith knows how to act around this gentleman.
Oh, you must be Laughing Crow. Is it time for dinner?
Downstairs, everyone is inquiring as to what happened to Laughing Crow and why he can't talk. But Carl doesn't want to divulge that information.
I won't go into it now. It's much too involved. A weaker man would never have survived. The Orientals excel at pairing.
Hey, so this is a little bit awkward. I don't know how to bring this up. So, you know what? I'm just going to come right out and say it. That guy just walked into my room, stood there in the doorway, stared at me, farted, and then left. I mean, what the hell, man? And he doesn't speak, so I'll never know why he did it. And that's why I'm just getting down here now, because I had to wait for it to clear out, because I didn't want to walk through it. And this was not an accident, all right? This was like a 7-second rip, and I'm not exaggerating. Seriously, think about how long that is. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. Anyways, Tom isn't a big fan of the meal that Laughing Crow prepared, which is the same strange meat dish that Keith had at the restaurant, Jin Sung.
Is something wrong, Tom? Nothing a good stomach pump wouldn't cure.
Could you imagine going over to someone's house, having dinner, and then saying something like that? Probably not. Which is why it's actually great to have a guy like Tom around, because if dinner was truly that disgusting, he'll say something about it, and you don't have to. I think we've all known somebody at one point or another like Tom. They just don't have a filter, and they say the things that you're thinking, but you can't say.
Oh, this is crap.
Carl starts telling the story about how he was making tea one night and then heard a Yeti howling. So he went outside where he felt like he was being watched, and he kind of liked it. Then he smelled this incredibly foul stench, and there it was, off in the distance, the Yeti. And I gotta say, that's not really proof of a Yeti at all. It could just as easily be somebody in a onesie taking a dump outside your house as a prank. I think that's much more likely. Not that I've ever... As they're getting ready for bed, Karen says that the story of the Yeti really creeped her out. And quite honestly, Karen, there's a lot of things going on here that are much more creepy than some stupid story. The guy with the axe who can't talk for some mysterious reason, the strange meat you had for dinner, Carl in general, really. If I was staying in that house, I would be terrified that I would wake up in the middle of the night and he would be standing there in the doorway asking me if I wanted a glass of warm milk. Lynn says that she thinks Tom is starting to notice her, but that she also thinks Carl is pretty cute, which I guess doesn't really surprise me. These two would make the perfect weird couple. The next day, they all go out looking for the Yeti, so Tom is like, hey, I think I saw a deer, so I'm gonna go try to kill it because I'd rather eat that than the crap we're having at Carl's. Because this is a good idea. Everybody split up in the woods. Tom starts hearing the thumping heartbeat of the Yeti, because that makes a lot of sense. And this is when he's attacked and killed by somebody wearing a really crappy costume. Apparently, they spent 5 hours looking for Tom. Lynn is convinced he's dead, but Dr. Prell is like, nah, he's probably fine. Tom's an experienced woodsman. Probably decided to spend a night in the woods in a makeshift hut. I'm serious, he actually says that.
Right at this very moment, he's warming his toes over a fire in some makeshift hut. It's so like Tom to pull a stunt like this.
Is it? Is it really? How would you know that? You're his teacher. So based on all the time you've spent with Tom in the classroom, you think it's so like him to do something like this. Spend a night in the woods. The next morning, Lynn is obviously still worried that Tom hasn't come back, and Carl kind of starts hitting on her.
Say I have a good sense of humor.
Is that all they said?
Oh, please, Dr. I can't see anything without my glasses.
Now, you may be thinking, why the hell would he do this? Considering the circumstances, this is very inappropriate behavior. And yeah, but you gotta remember, they're on Carl's private island. And what do we know about guys who own private islands? They're very rich, and rich people didn't get that rich by playing by the rules. You know, you gotta steal a few pairs of glasses here and there. Anyways, I guess Carl tries to impress her by telling her the story about what happened to Laughing Crow. 7 or 8 years ago, he was attacked by a Yeti who kept him in a cave, but he escaped, and after 2 weeks of wandering through the woods, he found his way back to the reservation, but his tribe thought he was full of shit, so they beat him severely, cut his tongue, and cast him out for lying, which just seems extremely harsh to me. Did you have to call him a liar? Nobody likes that. Meanwhile, the others are out looking for Tom, and Dr. Prell tells Karen to go look by the quarry.
Kara, check out the ruins down by the quarry. Keith, you stand guard here.
And if I was Karen, I would be like, yeah, how about no? Isn't splitting up how Tom got lost in the first place? And why are you telling Keith to stand guard? We're in the middle of the forest. What is he guarding? If anything, he should be coming with me. Then she finds Tom's leg, And I guess instead of calling the authorities to investigate, they're like, hey, let's take the leg home with us. Lynn chooses to go outside and sweep the grass. And then she sees something in the greenhouse that freaks her out and she starts screaming. And that's one thing I'll say. For a movie called Shriek of the Mutilated, it's not lying. There is a lot of shrieking and screaming in this movie. Too much of it, actually. When I was watching it, I had to keep the remote in my hand with my finger on the volume button ready. I hate that. So Lynn runs away, but drops her glasses. Oh no, she can't see a thing without those. It's a good thing that just happened to be established a few minutes ago. And then she manages to get her foot stuck in some rocks. I guess the smart thing to do would be to keep trying to move forward instead of just taking a step back to dislodge it. So of course, since she's hopelessly stuck, she becomes the next victim of the Yeti. Like I said, there's a hilarious amount of shrieking and shouting in this. It's like a master class in overacting.
Now you've gone too far.
I don't think I've gone far enough.
Karen wants to leave considering that, you know, 2 people are now dead, but Prell is like, we can't leave. My whole reputation is at stake here. Won't you think of my reputation? If we go back without any proof that the Yeti exists, everyone will call me a liar, and that will be horrible. Just ask Laughing Crow, he'll tell you. So Prell tries to sell the idea to Keith that they should use Tom's leg as bait and put it in a trap.
This can never be of any use to Tom anymore. Wait a minute. Be realistic.
Yeah, Keith, let's get real here. Tom has been missing for almost 24 hours now, so I'm pretty sure the rule of finders keepers applies to the leg. And even if Tom is still alive, it's really his fault. I mean, he shouldn't have left it lying around.
How's this?
I just want to say, I love how fast Carl came back with those chains. It's like he's got those ready to rock and roll at all times, which really shouldn't surprise me, I guess. So it appears that Karen is really the only person who has 2 brain cells to rub together, because she thinks this whole thing is ridiculous. And she tries to convince Keith that Dr. Prell is crazy. People have died on this expedition before. But Keith is like, nah, I want to see how this all shakes out.
I was right. You're a madman. You killed his friends and now you're killing ours.
They use Lynn's body to try and lure out the Yeti, but things don't go exactly as planned when Keith discovers that the sound of the Yeti's heartbeat is coming from a speaker. Something's wrong here. It's all fake. The Yeti is fake, the guns are fake, these guys are crazy. Keith then takes off in the van because screw Karen. I mean, if you take her with you, she's gonna spend the whole ride home saying, I told you so. So it's much easier to just leave and not admit that you were wrong and just avoid that embarrassment altogether. Karen wakes up and sees the Yeti running towards the house, but it's really just Carl in a costume. And this really sucks. I mean, nobody wants to have to wake up and deal with something like this right away. I need at least 15 minutes to lie there and browse my phone so that I can just mentally prepare for the start of a new day. You know, just ease into it that way. Well, it looks like Karen has been scared to death, and a bunch of people show up at the house for a big breakfast. But Keith crashes the party with a police officer. But it turns out the cop is in on the whole thing. Because that's right, it's a cult of cannibals. And it involves a Yeti legend or something, and Dr. Prell wants Keith to carry on the legend. And I guess Keith doesn't really have a choice, because it turns out that strange dish he's been eating, ginseng, is actually human meat. So if he refuses, Dr. Prell says he's gonna tell his friends and family that he ate human meat. And I mean, sure, he didn't know that he was eating human meat, but then you have to go around and explain that to everybody, and that's just a hassle. Plus, these people are kind of mean. He tries to escape at one point, and they surround him and start stabbing him with forks, but not deep enough to hit any organs, I guess, just enough to convince him to come back and join the cult. And what better way to get started than by eating Karen?
White meat or dark?
And that is just unbelievable. You mean to tell me that Laughing Crow could talk this whole time? So he is a liar. The funny thing is
We
that
did that. Oh,
since it was
okay.
Carl in a costume the whole
Okay, for
time,
failing
I guess
upwards.
it kind of was some Scooby-Doo type shit.
Easy game is easy.
Except that
That's me.
you know, I don't really remember any cannibal.
But just really is. I don't notice it. It's whatever. I turn in here. It's fine. It's okay. Nobody cares. It's good. It'll get mailed to me.
In Scooby-Doo, you know, but then again, I never saw.
I'll listen.
It's like it doesn't even. Wanna...
What do you want?
Is there even mail in this? Also, I should get the bar down this shouldn't stop.
Let us speak.
What I got? So like that will that what's other stuff. And then stuff. Pretty cool first. Okay, so any guns.
Every episode of that show. I will give these guys some credit though, because they were very committed to the whole thing. I mean, the costume, the planning, the props, the story. This was quite the performance. That's a lot of work. Like I said at the beginning, there's a lot of unintentionally funny moments in this movie, but overall, I would say the story failed to deliver. And maybe part of that is because I just wanted to see more stuff happen with the Yeti, even if it was fake. Little known fact about me, I've always thought that Yetis were super cool. When I was a kid, I wanted this game called Rock Jocks because it had a Yeti in it. And back when I was in college, I made a radio play called Revenge of the Yeti. And the funny thing about that is that it was slightly similar to this movie in the sense that it had a fake Yeti in it. But that's just by coincidence because, I mean, I never even heard of this movie until 2 weeks ago. I want to thank all of my supporters on Buy Me a Coffee, Patreon, and my YouTube channel members. I want to thank all of you for tuning in, but that's pretty much it for this one, and I'll see you all next time. Hi, I'm Eric from Eric's Exclusive Excuses Express. It's called Express because I provide the excuses to you real quick. This is how it works with the Express Excuse electronic system, patent pending. You put the earpiece into your ear. It's disguised to look like your ear so no one will know you're wearing it. Next, put on the Express Excuse hat. As you can see, it looks just like a normal hat, but what people won't know is there's a hidden camera built into the hat. This way, I can see what you see, and I can relay excuses expressly to you from a remote location of my choosing. Tell them that you can't come into work because work is so stressful that it gives you high blood pressure. So you decided to go to the grocery store and check your blood pressure in one of those blood pressure machines, but the thing is the machine got stuck around your arm and there's not a lot of employees working there to help you because of cutbacks. So you took a pocket knife out of your pocket and you decided to stab the blood pressure machine, but the knife went through the machine and went into your arm and cut a main artery, so you started bleeding all over the place and you had to sorry, you had to go to the hospital. I have all kinds of excuses that I can provide to you that you can use in any situation. One of my favorites is you tell people that you have to go use the washroom, and then you just leave. You never come back. You can use that one. That one's free. But don't steal these. These are proprietary. I need these to run the business. So give me a call anytime, even if it's just a chat. Because the one thing that there's no excuse for is not using my excuses. Yeah. Tell them that you can't go to the party because you have plans that night to hang out with your
I'm
friend
so good at that.
Eric, and he's a really cool guy, and you don't want to let him down. Oh, you want to go to the party? Oh.
That's because I'm
So
gonna
is
work
it like
in
a private
businesses.
party, or can anybody go? Or
Oh, so
honestly, I'm
that's
surprised
nice.
I didn't think of that for parties when I was in college. You know, having a popcorn maker at the house, that would have been pretty. Only for parties though, because you can't have it there all the time. Otherwise, you have all these people coming over just to eat popcorn. You know, then it becomes like jumbo video. Tell them that you can't go to the wedding because weddings remind me of just how lonely I am. Any Canadian fans, you probably know what I'm talking about. Jumbo Video was a video rental store where they had like free popcorn in bags when you went in a popcorn maker. And sometimes you just go as a kid and you just pretend to look at movies, but really you were just there to eat the popcorn.
Containment failure. Active defense matrix enabled.
It's not in that one. Yeah. No units real damage. Yeah, I'm not very engaged with this. That was very fair to say. Fine, we do this. And more than that.
Small.
Yeah, I mean, DH may be able to solo him out of reach. You can probably get as a demon hunter. Maybe using my reach trinkets are worth it more. At least speed is kind of useless. Using reach, I'm not. Okay, this time I'm watching for the pools. And nothing to distract me. Fully engaged before I can do it. Still that pool. Not pool. monster here. Yeah, they do AoE damage when they die. Earth is hell. And
Power units activated.
It's a lot of yeah. It's never really worth pressing the most part, you know, I feel. Always better off just pressing something else instead. Use correctly. Why? Like how? Yeah, see, I shouldn't see the ads come out. That's my fault, really. I need to like ring in peace. Oh. If he has B-res, we should probably just like give me up. We'll try to salvage. Question mark. Like, give me all three people to get it down. So he's gonna arrow down.
Power units activated.
How dangerous whips are, and so thin really had ropes. 2 meters for whip kept spanking me. And the crazy part is that even at that low speed, it was already hurting. So I had two problems to fix. The first one was fixing the whip so that it could go supersonic, and the second one was not getting spanked by the supersonic whip. So I tried first tightening the eyes, making them so tight they basically couldn't move. But even though the whip got slightly better, that didn't really work. Then my father came home and we found the welding machine. So he tried welding the connections, But as expected, the welding machine was way too hot, and it simply melted the wires of the cables. So I spent a while thinking about new ways of making the connections, and do you remember those clamps with dangerous spikes? Well, I decided to use those. The reason why I did that is because when I tried making a connection with this kind of clamps, I realized they were making the whip much more rigid than before, solving, in theory, the spanking problem. Hopefully. Now, before testing the whip, I had the chain and the handle left. And honestly, I wasn't entirely sure if the chain was gonna exponentially increase the power, thanks to the weight, or simply slow everything down, because of the weight. Or even worse, since the whip is already really long, the extra weight...
Alright, this time for sure we got this. I'm gonna use my piece. Chester is completely in full support. Animal is as reliable as a murder in terms of like being happy and purring. It's pretty incredible how happy this animal is. A lot of people's cats. I remember as a kid going over to some houses where they had cats that were kind of like kept in the corner, and it's just like, oh yeah, that's the cat. Nobody likes the cat. Cat's terrible. No personality. You know. Okay, alright. We're gonna piece that step away anyway. I don't know what that is. Off. I swear I hit it. Okay. The sun.
weight and length could make it way too hard to handle and much more dangerous. So because of that, I decided to cut the chain in half Then I used a climbing clamp to connect the two portions. The idea was try attaching half of the chain to the whip first, and then the entire chain, and see which one worked the best. Also, I know it doesn't look pretty, but my goal was making the most powerful whip, and not the prettiest one. And I'm sure he has a great personality. Anyways, I attached half of the chain to the whip, and I quickly wanted to test it, mainly to see if I was at least on the right path. And from this test, you can tell two things. One, I'm not really into fashion, and two, even with half chain, this was actually kinda working like a whip. And when I tried to crack it, this happened. So after quickly destroying a pomegranate and painting the house with it, I attached the second half of the chain to it, because I was confident that was gonna make it even faster. And even though I felt like my arm was about to fall off because of the weight of the whip, my technique was also slightly improving, and with the full chain, I got something similar to a crack. To be fair, it was not the classic sound of the whip, it was different, for now. The whip was picking up water from the ground and turning it into mist. I think because of how fast it was flying. And I know it looks like I'm not happy about it, but I really was. It's just that the sound this thing makes, combined with the idea of it being a steel cable traveling as fast as a 9mm bullet, not that far away from my face, well, it was unusual, to say the least. I mean, what would you think if you saw some random dude using a supersonic chain whip in his backyard? Well, I was thinking the same thing. Anyways, before actually testing the whip and compare it to the normal one against all the targets, there was one more thing I had to improve to consider it complete. If you pay attention in the slow motion here, you see that the whip moves on the same plane till it gets to the connection of the big cable with the medium cable. And I wanted to fix that, because I believe that that movement was actually slowing the whip down. If you remember, I scrapped my first design because I was worried about the lack of rigidity of the whip. But the chain is completely flexible, and it's free to move in every direction. And still, it was perfectly working like a whip. And so I started wondering, what if my first design with the swage sleeves was actually better than the new one? My hope is that with the old connections, everything was gonna be able to move in a fluid way, exactly how it was happening with the chain. So to find out, I tried making it once again. And even with half chain, this whip was not only working, but it was actually working better than the previous design. And my only explanation for the fact that now these kind of connections are perfectly functioning, and before they weren't, is that I was the problem, meaning lack of skills on my side. Then I tried attaching an even smaller cable at the end of the tip, and for the first time, I got an actual crack out of it. The body of the whip, without the handle, weighs 4.2 kilograms or 9.25 pounds, and that makes it 7 times heavier than the normal bullwhip. It's probably not the best looking whip out there, but with the eye connections, I felt it was looking pretty good. At this point, only the handle was missing. And also the cracker. I mean, I actually had it before, but I think I lost it right after cracking it for the first time. So I left it without the cracker. What I didn't know is that that would eventually make the whip literally sound like a gunshot. And as per the handle, I thought about building one, but all my tools are like half Europe away, and I didn't want to use stuff from my father's workshop to build one. So I decided to use a wrench, and like that, the whip was finally complete. Now I wanted to find out if the custom whip was actually more powerful than the normal one, and if it was, how much more powerful. And to do that, I got a bunch of different targets, starting from the softest, apples, then soda cans, pineapple and pumpkin, and I also got ballistic gelatin, that I already used in another video but I'm gonna use again because it's expensive. And then finally, a ballistic dummy. The plan was to test each whip against all these targets and then compare the damage. Alright, apples are first. So I'm gonna start with the classic bullwhip and then I'm gonna try the chain one. It's like a 99% chance I'm gonna hit the table. Well, it's been a while since I properly used the whip, and you can clearly see the results. But after a few tries, I finally hit the target. Apple. I was expecting the whip to cut the apple, but it actually exploded instead. To be fair, I'm not sure if I hit it with the cracker or with the body of the whip, and my camera in slow motion doesn't give me much more information. And then I wanted to try with the chain whip. The plan was to start gently, to be as accurate as possible. But at the first attempt, this happened. And when I checked the damage on the table, I got excited for the whip, and also sad for the table. I dented the table, like... Let me show you. And in that moment, I realized that this thing might actually be more powerful than I thought. I did that. And that theory was confirmed on the next attempt. Well, it cracks now. This is so scary. That was the loudest crack I've ever heard in my life. You probably can't tell the difference from the camera, but it was way louder than the normal bullwhip. It basically sounded like a gunshot, and I believe it's the handle that made the whip much more powerful than before. And as a reminder, that crack means that the steel rope was flying faster than the speed of sound. That is insane! Well, what wasn't insane was my accuracy with it. Using this whip is pretty painful because of how heavy it is, and every time I cracked it, it was kinda pulling my entire arm and body with it. Moreover, I was shooting high to avoid destroying the table, but after trying for a while, I decided to just give up with the apple, and I moved on to the next, taller, and harder target. Soda can, leather whip. This time, I got a clean hit with the bullwhip, and it kinda bended the aluminum, but it didn't cut the can. So I moved to the chain one, and like before, it made me dance for a while. It is so loud. But then, after a few tries, I realized that if I wanted to crack the whip on the target, I had to aim a little to the left of it. And like that, I got it. And even though I still probably didn't hit the can with the cracker, the whip cut it in half. And I was really happy about it. The worst part is gone, with these small targets. It took me a while, and I lost an arm. You see the problem? Luckily now, we only got the big targets and then the ballistic gelatin. Let's do it. As usual, I tried with the bullwhip first. But this time, I actually hit the target a few times. And that's because even if I hit the pumpkin clean, I basically did no damage to it. Basically just scratches it. You see? The chain whip was a different story though. The first hit wasn't clean at all. But it made me realize that this whip would be actually perfect to grab stuff. And I've been finding it useful, especially when I sit on my sofa and I forget to grab the remote control. Before, I used to stand up. Now I'm simply using my chain whip, and it's been working flawlessly. Anyways, even with that first hit, the whip left a deep cut into the pumpkin. So then I tried again, and even though I left another big cut, I also realized something. This part of the whip is wet, but the cracker is totally dry. That means I'm hitting the pumpkin with that part. So before moving to the fancy targets, I guess I had to learn how to use the whip. This time I walked further away from the pumpkin. It doesn't really look like it from the camera, but I'm probably at 7 meters from the target. And this way I got two pretty good hits. The first one that almost broke the pumpkin in half, almost with the cracker, and then the second one, cracker. And I left a nice deep cut with it. And even if my arm was basically just a dangling useless thing at this point, after quickly testing the whip against a pineapple and splitting it in half, I was curious to see what kind of damage the whip could do to the ballistic gel and most importantly to the ballistic dummy. The ballistic gelatin should simulate the density of muscle tissue, but they usually test this against bullets, and also it doesn't have bones. Anyways, I hit it first a few times with a normal bullwhip. Just left a few light marks on it, but basically nothing. That's when I started to believe the gelatin might actually be much harder than steel. I still wanted to see what was gonna happen with the custom whip. So I flipped the gelatin, and I also replaced the cracker of the whip with a brand new steel rope. And this time, I got a perfect hit right away. Cracker left a deeper mark than the bullwhip, but it didn't cut the gelatin. And I honestly can't believe that's accurate. There is no way that wouldn't cut. And so, I decided to move right away to the ballistic dummy. This one not only has a layer of ballistic gelatin, but it should also simulate bones. Anyways, I tried hitting it with the bullwhip, and it did basically nothing to it. While for the chain whip, the first two hits kinda scratched the head of the dummy, but, at least apparently, I couldn't see any damage to it. Probably because I was looking at the wrong spot. So, for this one, I decided to change strategy. My plan was to hit the dummy 10 times, and then check the damage only after those. And honestly, I got a few clean hits. The problem is that from far away, I couldn't see any damage to the dummy. So I kept going. And even though my arm was about to fall off, I couldn't stop thinking about how fascinating this thing is. It's insane that just by using physics in a certain way, you can turn a flexible stick into a supersonic flexible stick. Anyways, after the 10th hit, I checked the actual damage. And it turns out the damage was actually much higher than what I could see. Deep cuts and broken bones basically everywhere. Cheekbone, top of the skull, right side of the skull, and a huge crack on the left side and the back of the head. And I think I kind of felt it when I did that. So, to answer the initial question, this thing is a lot more powerful than a normal bullwhip. Next, I'm gonna build an insanely powerful slingshot and a very special katana. So if you like this video, subscribe to see when they come out. Also, big thanks to my first supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me gets to see my videos one day before I release them on YouTube. And if you support me with $7 or more, you also get your name at the end of the video, like you see here. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon with the next one.
Oh, difficulty is just silly.
To say, I'm gonna stare into the.
You can tell Wendell doesn't feel good because he didn't take the opportunity.
May the 4th be with you. I'm just barely hanging on.
Well, the 4th nor the Force will be with you because both of those are fantasies. But there is one thing that will be with you at all times if you are driving your car, and that is your car's manufacturer, going through your pockets and listening to you and spying.
Ars Technica's headline, oh no, is the connected car is an illegal data collection and use now on the FTC's radar. The FTC here is really disappointing because most of their filing is tantamount to, if you're going to do this, make sure that no one knows that you're doing this.
They do have
it's a really nice way to put
a great line at the end, which is like all that for this little piece of common sense, but you're not enforcing it.
But it's on their radar. They'll get to it in like 5 years.
There's no reason they should have that because they're going to lose it. It's
like,
going to get leaked.
Can consumers opt out of that? Yeah, sure. If you want to buy an 09 Corolla.
Hard to find. And Section 230 continues to be a battleground. Of course, this being the election year, this is the time that we must have the most bitter fights about these kinds of things.
A bipartisan bill is looking to end Section 230 protections for tech companies. Basically, if a company is protected from what users post online, that also means that the company can manipulate what other users see through the algorithm and also have immunity. And they're looking to strip that away.
But they're also, I think, looking to strip away people's ability to voice their concerns on the internet.
Yeah.
Ultimately. I'm not saying that nefarious things aren't happening with social media companies. We all know that they are. And nefarious things are happening with the telecoms. I know, it's shocking. But really, it's happening.
I thought the Ars Technica headline was a little inflammatory, but it says AT&T paid bribes to get 2 major pieces of legislation passed, the U.S. government says.
That's called lobbying, and it's okay.
Yeah, when you unpack it, this absolutely was. But the crazy thing is, we've reported on this kind of thing before. Like, AT&T is doing all kinds of this kind of stuff. And the last time they got caught, according to the article, they paid $23 million in fines, but that was still worth it. It was like, oh, you mean we could just write you a check? We would have done that to begin with.
It's the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
The indicator that it might have been more than that is the fact that the lawmaker in question is being indicted on corruption charges.
That's so weird.
So they, this was all about like, hey, we really wouldn't want to keep maintaining these copper lines. We want to just sunset those, but there's this pesky law that says we have to give these people 911 service. Perhaps that could change. Shockingly, it changed.
I would be all for sunsetting those copper lines if every building, outhouse, and tool shed had a fiber optic line, as was promised to us 40 years ago.
they didn't need to offer that as part of the bribe. They offered $22,000 in bribery, which, my God, the ROI.
Oh, we're going to have a story about that later where AT&T's buying satellite companies, and I'm going to go full fire mode on that.
Well, the CHIPS Act, the money is rolling out. We know that Intel got some, all the other major companies got some. We got fabs coming, but there are other ways that they're using it, and these ways are to gain control of things that we foolishly lost.
Biden admin shells out $120 million to return CHIPS startup to U.S. ownership. This is part of the billions of dollars of the CHIPS Act, but basically this is a fabless company that was designing some interesting chips, and it's like, hey, bring that back to the U.S.
Well, it's still in the U.S., but we now have majority shareholder status again, so more control.
I hope that works out for those people. I mean, AMD acquired that fabless startup company, and that worked out fabulously well for AMD. Wait, that was like way pre-Zen days even.
Fabulously? Well, the one thing that's not fabulous is, let's say that you bought a Tesla in, I don't know, 2020. Probably not feeling very good about that now, are you? Because all of the EVs are dropping in prices, and a lot of people are saying that Chinese flooding the market with them has something to do with that.
The U.S. has suggested that the possibility of penalties if production of Chinese electric vehicles moves to Mexico, it could be a thing. Well, if you, like, the thing that this headline leaves out, it assumes that you already know that, Biden is proposing massive tariffs on Chinese imports of solar panels and electrical components, which is weird, because just a couple of years ago, he's like, that's oddly xenophobic. It's like, that's so strange that things how the turntables turn.
One of the things that we've discussed in the past that feels like the distant past now, it wasn't that long ago, was the whole concept of the word unlimited, which in my mind has always had a very basic definition, but in the telecom's minds,
just unlimited, right?
Doesn't fit that because it's unlimited to a point, or it's unlimited with these features and whatever. Maybe now we're going to get back to a more base meaning.
3 carriers to pay $10 million to settle claims of false unlimited advertising. So on Verizon, if you went over by just 5 gigabytes in one billing month, and they had 7,000 customers that did that in each state, they're going to be way past $10 million. So it seems like they got a good deal.
Again, it's just the cost of doing business. They don't really scale those fines, do they?
And do you think this will stop them from doing it again?
No.
I don't think it. Also, unclear whether consumers will get any of that money. So you paid the profit that was less than the fine, but you also get nothing from the fine.
Mission accomplished.
And AI. It's moving at a pace that is frankly startling. It's concerning. Washington, they don't move at that pace. I don't know if you've noticed who runs this country, but it takes them longer to stand up than we get between versions of ChatGPT. But now they're like, wait a minute, have we missed something here? Do we need to catch up?
Senators urged $32 billion in emergency spending on AI after finishing a year-long review. So this reads like we need to accelerate AI so that we are the first, so that we can control it, because the first to AI rules all the other AIs, which is probably not untrue. But that's what Yudkowsky's organization was supposed to do, and he's gone very anti-AI in the last couple of years because there are, from his point of view, there are randos that are far ahead of what he was able to do with his organization. So
they do, in the article, they mention that mostly the people in Washington who are in charge of AI are what they call doomers.
Yeah.
Which, there's a valid fear there for sure.
Yeah, but that's like, as doomer as we are on the other side of that, which is wild.
I'm not worried about the rate of advancement. I just want to make sure that I'm not locked out from access while the government gets to use it.
Raytheon brand everything because they're the first one to get the AI. Yeah, that's a dark future.
And we have our logo page of the week, but you can tell that the FBI did this on their own because this page is not actually blanketed with logos. It's just the one. It's a rare thing to see.
Breach Forums is now under the control of the FBI. We've reported on stories from Breach Forums in the past, and this is where you would go to sell your leaked data or brag that you had broken in somewhere you're not supposed to be.
The gradient text is a nice touch.
Well, I was going to ask you to rate.
I would give this one a much higher rating than most of the time than the other ones we see because it's not just full of logos, like just vomited all over the page. It's dark mode, which is nice. You don't get blinded when you go there.
Was the pink color scheme from Breach Forum, do you think? Or did
That's what I was curious about that. Like, why would you spend the time to make the the gradient text otherwise?
Well, the FBI interns have to have something to do, don't they? And is anonymous money always money laundering? And if I'm not personally attempting to launder money, I'm just working on the interface for one of these things, am I a money launderer? It seems the answer is yes.
Tornado Cash developer found guilty of laundering $1.2 billion of crypto. This was in a Dutch court, I think. 5 years in prison.
I may have missorted this one. They argued, of course, that he personally did not do any of this stuff. He just worked on the system, but that didn't fly in court. They say he's still a launderer.
It's weird because nobody has investigated the whole HSBC thing where they modified the size of teller windows to accept duffel bags of cash.
I think he's feeling better because he hit that one right on cue. Do we have that one on
the bingo?
the
I
bingo?
don't think. Maybe.
And this is a little bit terrifying. Oh, wait, no, this is not the one. Oh, we got another story. I bet I should have sorted these together. But, well, different country. But drones. We know that they're there. We know they're cheap. And we know that they can now kill easily and autonomously.
Don't think about it.
So what should we do about that?
Business Insider's headline is the U.S. jamming technology is significantly worse than Russia's, ex-Pentagon officials warn. Okay.
I find that hard to believe, considering how bad a lot of Russia's equipment is, but maybe it's true.
But they're getting trial by fire, literally.
Yeah.
So, although I can't imagine that we're not also over there on those battlefields studying everything.
I would kick the laser stuff into high gear because you could just use the lasers to melt them from far away.
You probably would have a tough time getting enough of a battery supply to use lasers from drones right now.
No, I mean from the ground. You just point it in the sky and just.
No, what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
To counter that, it would be drones with lasers, but I think that'd probably not be feasible yet. And here's one that is just really just a copy paste of everything that we've seen before. The EU has already laid out these cases, and it's just up to the U.S. states to go and pick the little pieces they like, and make their own recipe.
Arizona accuses Amazon of unfair, deceptive business practices. To save you the trouble of reading it, it's for two things. One, that it's hard to cancel Amazon Prime, and two, that the search algorithm has gone to crap. They might actually have to disclose how their search algorithm works, which will not look good. The Amazon people are very angry, and they said that the Attorney General for the state didn't even read their stuff. But if you've ever used Amazon, you know how hard it is to cancel Prime.
And the buy now box was another thing.
Yeah.
Like, who decides when you have third-party sellers and Amazon, who goes into the buy now box? It's usually Amazon. And another one that we've seen over and over, and yet we keep seeing it.
Microsoft Teams is facing more antitrust lawsuits in Europe. I'm all for anything as long as they fix the mute icon not working, because it's like, you're muted, you're unmuted. It doesn't.
Literally just anything about Teams working.
It shows you that you're muted. You're not.
And that could be a big problem.
Yeah.
And some people in our comments will be like, "Oh, Teams works fine for me." I don't know. Maybe they're not logged into a lot of devices, but I feel like I constantly have issues where like I'll send a message and it just doesn't send, or it'll send it way later than what I anticipated.
Just universally the least helpful kind of comment that anybody can make.
Yeah.
It's like,
it works for me.
When you say there's a problem and somebody chimes in with, "I don't have any problems."
Yeah. It's wild too, because if you kill Teams, like you do the task kill thing and kill it and restart it, the mute button does work, but then after about 10 or 15 minutes, it stops working. And I really have to wonder what type of software engineering Microsoft is doing, because clearly their automated tests are testing if mute works. And it's like, oh yeah, mute works and it totally doesn't. But then like after 10 minutes, it stops working. Like that is a special level of software engineering fail.
It's the AI being like, "I'm not getting enough data from this participant. Turn that back on." Now, Krista, we've learned that you believe that the correct age for a phone, a smartphone for a child, 16 years old. Are you sticking
When
with
you
that?
start driving, I would say, like when you're leaving the house and you're out or not around your parents, I could see getting a smartphone.
Is it
or
not,
a phone, just in general.
Is it not your 16th birthday, but in fact the day that you get your driver's license?
I think I turned 16 and got one, but that was because I was starting to ride around with my friends who already had their licenses.
Well, the reality, I'm afraid, is far different.
Almost a quarter of kids aged 5 to 7 have smartphones. If the AI can also teach them to not be dumb, I'm all for this.
I don't know if it can.
I don't think that that's.
Sorry, teach them to not be ignorant.
Are-
You can't fix stupid.
Would this improve their reading, do you think?
Maybe.
Well, it depends on what they're using it for, right? Like, I don't think necessarily it's a bad thing for kids to have access to tech. It's just a lot of times it's unfettered access, and it's just like stupid games, like you know, and they're not learning anything.
I had a cousin in an unfortunate situation, and he was smart, but he had a lot of trouble reading because I think of attention deficit problems. And so I got him a Game Boy Pocket and Pokemon and Zelda, and his reading improved.
RPG reading, he's gotta look at all those text boxes.
I also had that experience where, like, I wasn't. I think I might have been in college at that point, and like I saw him for the first time in a long time. We hadn't seen each other, and we were talking about video games, and I was like, "Oh yeah, man, Final Fantasy VIII," and he was like, "Oh, all that reading."
It's like an interactive story. It's kind of cool.
Now we have seen time and time again where these despotic countries, whenever the people get unruly, the first thing they do is turn off the internet. Now, of course, we would never see that in a Western democracy, right? We are certainly above all of that.
France bans TikTok in island territory after pro-independence protests turned violent. This is in New Caledonia, which was only recognized under the French rule since 1853. The headline leaves out, not 1853, 1957 when they got full recognition.
I got to admit my ignorance here. I did not realize that France had this colony still.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
It turns out there's a lot of nickel there.
So they've not relinquished it.
Maybe we should send the people in Puerto Rico this article and it's like, look, you got it pretty good, even though we don't give you hurricane relief.
Oh, wait. Are we telling us, like, stay in line or we're turning off the TikTok? And this is the one I was thinking about earlier when we were talking about the drone warfare. And most of that is done through electromagnetic attacks. This, if this gets into the wrong hands, can you imagine the terror that we will be subjected to?
UK police could get Ghostbusters-style backpack devices to halt e-bike getaways. That's this week. Next week, it's to shut down your TV that doesn't have a license.
So this is a small electromagnetic pulse. I don't know how they... Can you make that a beam somehow?
Not really.
I mean, it's just going to, like...
It's going to hit everything.
The electronics in the e-bike is usually like a Raspberry Pi or something that is just cobbled together from garbage.
Can't they just do an old-fashioned back door? Like, I don't understand.
Well, what they point out is these convince the bike somehow that they're overheating.
Oh, so it shuts down.
And it's a self-harm. It's like, oh, you know, it's like a thermal shutdown. But apparently these can also be used, they're hoping, on regular combustion engine cars. Which, like I say, as soon as the wrong person gets a hold of one of these, that's going to be a terrible situation.
See also Flipper Zero.
Yeah, some kids on an overpass just shutting down cars. And those kids, they do have a lot of problems, and some of their problems could come back to the fact that they are hopelessly addicted and controlled by the algorithm.
Concerns over addicted kids spur probe into Meta and its use of dark patterns. Yeah, it's a little late to the party there, folks. The EU is looking to extract money from Meta on just beating this camel until there's just nothing left.
They're not wrong, though. I mean, it is an addictive product, right? We do control other addictive things for kids, but selectively because we don't control sugar. And boy, the old NSO group and all of their spy-wearing stuff, they really downplayed it, and they were like, listen, we don't sell it to people without good reason. We have all these things, and now we're finding out more and more that that was never the case.
Spain has reopened its Israeli spy probe, sharing information with France. This is, once again, the same software that we always talk about that Apple's not doing anything about. This is a Reuters headline, too.
So Spain had a case, and it was sort of languishing, but then France was like, oh, hey, look, we got some data about that too. And Spain took a look at France's data, and they were like, oh my God, we have to open this back up. This was far more egregious than even we thought.
Oops.
Oh, there it goes. That's fine.
CNBC. And the trade war / perhaps something more between the U.S. and China is still simmering, perhaps a low boil, and some companies are starting to get more and more concerned.
Microsoft offers relocation to hundreds of China-based AI staff amid U.S.-China tensions. This reeks of Operation Paperclip, but it's really wild how Microsoft can go to the State Department and say, hey, can we relocate a couple of hundred people over here? And the State Department's like, let's work together on that.
But it wasn't just the U.S. U.S., Ireland, Australia, New Zealand. So that shows how powerful Microsoft is with all those governments. They're like, hey, we want to bring some Chinese over here who's good at AI. And they're like, sure, yeah.
700 to 800. I think importing people that mean well and are smart is generally a good idea.
You don't think the CCP made some counteroffers? It's like, yeah, you're going to go, or we're going to give you this special phone. And that brings us to AI and the fact that the U.S. and China, you say, are number 1 and number 2 in the AI game right now, and that is a bit of an arms race.
U.S. kicks off AI safety talks with China.
This is a great image.
It's like, hey, are we going to use these for fighter jets or not? That's a story later. What about, other weapons platforms? What about for automated attacks of our infrastructure? We know you're in our water supply. You know that we're in basically all your other stuff.
We're in your base.
What do we do?
Well, what we do is eventually we just let the robots fight it out, right? That's the only thing that's left to do.
We're going into the future of BattleBots, where no humans are harmed.
China has warned the U.S. about the potential use of fighter jets piloted by artificial intelligence. They somehow got their hands on the fighter jet testing results we reported on last week, and they were not amused.
Because they don't have it yet. Or maybe they do and they're not telling us. And poor Hong Kong. Wow. Remember in the early days of when we started doing this, we covered the Hong Kong thing and there was hope.
There's no
It was like, oh, the people are going to stand up. It's good to see.
I mean, and they did, but then they got crushed.
And the crushing continues.
YouTube agrees to remove videos of banned Hong Kong protest song because the courts in Hong Kong ruled that the song is a weapon.
It doesn't.
Big win for the Bard class, but not for the rest of us.
I don't think it specifically lyrically mentions like revolution or anything, right?
It's just a symbol.
It's kind of like the blank paper movement.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I don't care what you say, as long as you're saying something, it's wrong. And the Dell breach. Did you guys do that story last week? I can't remember.
Yeah.
We've learned a little bit more about it, which you might have had these details. I don't remember.
Threat actors scraped Dell support tickets, including customer phone numbers. Yeah, this is just as bad. It's continuing to get bad. If you were a Dell customer,
Badder.
randos have your info.
And this fella is on one of the hacker forums trying to actively sell this stuff right now.
Fabulous.
And I think we've given this pro tip several times, but you probably should not take nude photos on your smartphone because all the backups, the clouds and stuff like that, you really have to, it's never going to go away. And it's never more illustrated than now.
iOS 17.5 bug, reported by MacRumors to be troubling, which I would agree with, is resurfacing old deleted photos. What are these doing on your phone? In some cases, the photos were kind of old.
Yeah, like, it was always like 2010 or something, right?
Yeah.
Which is insane. Also, how depressing that you have to look at your 2010 nude self and be like, oh, man, I've really let myself
look
go.
Look how hot I was.
And we often, you remember the movie about the MIT kids who learned how to count cards?
Oh,
Often
yeah.
they're too smart for their own good. Like they're smart in terms of the numbers, but in terms of like how that plays out in society, not so much.
MIT students stole 25 million in seconds by exploiting ETH blockchain bug, the Department of Justice
No one
says.
will notice, they thought.
Yeah, they probably would have been okay if they'd given the money back. They did not.
They had to do with the validations. Like before between the validation and the money changing hands, they were able to grab it. And then the people noticed and they were like, hey, give that back. And they instead moved it out of that wallet and tried to ignore them.
Oops.
And we've talked a lot about the people who are getting stalked by the tracking devices and the fact that both Google and Apple kind of just ignored it. They're not quite ignoring it, but they are taking perhaps small steps.
Apple and Google deliver support for unwanted tracking alerts in iOS and Android. Basically, this is Android can now detect the Bluetooth smart beacons, the Apple tracking tokens.
And there's a standard. You remember what it was called? Oh yeah, detecting unwanted location trackers, DULT. So this is a standard that if you make location trackers, I guess you can include, and phones will know to alert you if one happens to be following you around closely.
Allow you to like register one because it'll just keep on pinging me that I'm using my own
tracker.
tag.
Other than just dealing with the tracker, like now you know somebody's after you. Like what do you do?
I feel like I'd become really paranoid, and I'm already kind of paranoid. It'd probably get worse.
Well, that's not really an action item.
No, yeah, just be more paranoid. Stay noided.
And also be paranoid about the deep fakes because they're here.
The CEO of the world's biggest ad firm targeted in a deepfake scam. They were not successful.
Did that Katy Perry picture get him too?
Yeah,
Her at
so
the
it was
Met
like,
Gala.
she was like, "Hey, I need Apple gift cards."
He was like, "Well."
Now the guy who figured, I don't know if it's a guy or a gal, but it's the person who figured this out was the person who was being targeted to actually like try to reveal information. I don't think they wanted money. They were like, "Hey, we need to start a new business. Give me all these numbers and confirmations and stuff." That person was smart enough to like alert somebody else. Do you think they were rewarded in any way?
Probably. It sounded like they were in the article, but
Pizza party in the conference room.
We got you this keychain.
Oh, thanks.
We reported on this last week, but this has a lot more details.
Oh, okay. Well, no introduction then.
Google Cloud accidentally deletes Unisuper's online account due to unprecedented misconfiguration. They deleted, like Unisuper did a lot of stuff right. They were in multiple availability zones. They had different backups in multiple availability zones. Google nuked everything. Everything.
They did have robust backups though, but it took a week.
Well, the robust backups were at the dude's house because he was paranoid about cloud services.
Aptly so. And Google, when they are not mistakenly taking things down for security reasons, they are taking things down for real security reasons, but they haven't told us enough about them.
Google Chrome gets a third emergency update in a week as the attacks continue. See, this is what we should be seeing out of Apple with the Pegasus malware, but we do not.
I don't know if they updated these with actual CVEs. Oh yeah, there's an update, but I missed most of it, so I can't tell you about it. I'm sorry. And SSH, boy, is SSH looking less and less.
Oh, I forgot about that picture on this article.
Of the
It's
code.
It's a very literal.
The code at the door.
Yeah.
Linux maintainers were infected for 2 years by SSH dwelling backdoor with a huge reach. You should check this out. It's interesting.
Does the code have a flashlight it's shining in
I
there?
know, it's like the lighting is not correct.
Yeah.
Also the texture on that wall. Very Doom era
Mm.
FPS.
Kernel.org was among one of the places intermittently compromised.
Since 2009. One day we're just going to find out that nothing's ever been secure. It's all been an illusion.
I mean, shouldn't we just treat everything like that at this point?
Well, you should certainly treat your email provider like that, no matter what they advertise. Because Proton Mail, in their defense, I don't think they had a choice here. But that's the point, right? Companies don't have a choice.
Proton Mail provided user data that led to an arrest in Spain. It's actually kind of impressive how little they were able to provide, though.
But they were able to take what Proton Mail was forced to give them and, what was it, an Apple account?
Yeah.
And, you know, match that up somehow with an Apple account. I don't know if it's like a username or an email or whatever. And then they were able to get somebody. This was like a climate activist or something, right? I don't know what they did. But
Their email's gone.
the authorities really wanted to find them. Oh, more than their email's gone.
Yeah.
I think their freedom is on the way out as well.
Rip. Well, that's it for this episode, chat room. Post something you're excited about, something you're looking forward to in the comments below.
You know what? I noticed Pop-Tart comments from last week. 'Cause
Oh,
you're
yeah.
eating Pop-Tarts. Do you know there's a Pop-Tart movie
No.
coming out?
Wow.
It's about, like, apparently Post and Kellogg's were both trying to come up with, like, the breakfast of the future.
Oh. Someone's making
Sounds
a movie about
dystopian.
that.
Actually, I don't think they're making it. I think it's already out there.
The origin of cornflakes might have been more interesting.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but I think the Kellogg's legal team would be a little bit more interested in not having that out there.
All right. That's it, chat. Bye.
WUSA 9 News begins right now with some breaking news. An off-duty D.C. police officer on his way to work was hurt
Their
when
motivation.
someone shot at his car in Brightwood. Now, that officer is expected to be okay.
Not long after, 2 suspects were arrested in Prince George's County, Maryland. Police say they were pursuing this blue sedan right here in connection to that D.C. shooting when it crashed in Landover. Thank you for being here with us tonight at 5. I'm Lorenzo Hall.
And I'm Leslie Foster. We have live team coverage of what happened in Northwest D.C. and in Maryland this afternoon.
Yeah, Rafael Sanchez-Cruz is live in Landover tonight. He has more on how this wild police chase came to an end.
Yeah, but we're going to start with our Delia Gonzalez live in Brightwood, where all this started around lunchtime today. And Dee, police say this real-time crime center that we've talked about consistently lately has helped to locate the suspect.
Police are certainly saying that we are seeing the proof of the investment with this real-time crime center. They were able to capture the 2 suspects in just about an hour after it all happened here on this very quiet block in Northwest 7th and Oglethorpe. Neighbors say this never happens here. We hear that a lot, but this is a quiet block here in Northwest. Now, we can tell you the chief not only crediting the real-time crime center, but the surveillance cameras from the community and the officer's quick thinking. He was able to capture the suspect's partial license plate after he was shot during his afternoon commute. An officer's commute to work interrupted by gunfire.
I was on the phone talking to a friend of mine, and I said, "Henry, that sounds like gunshots."
DC police say the 18-year captain driving his personal car and in plain clothes spotted a vehicle driving erratically in front of him at 7th and Oglethorpe Streets Northwest around noontime.
The suspects in the vehicle stopped the car very abruptly, got out of the car, and fired at our officer.
That's what I don't understand. Why? What, was he a victim? Did they know him? I mean, why did they target him?
The officer radioed in the shooting, took the partial license plate of the suspect's car, and then drove himself the quarter-mile to the 4th District Station. Our crew capturing the black SUV parked on the grass outside the Georgia Avenue Police Station. We could make out 2 bullet holes, one in the back passenger door, the other the front passenger window.
As soon as the partial plate information came out, our real-time crime center pushed out a notification of the vehicle and the plate. Our Falcon and our officers began to canvass the area. Falcon tracked the area into Landover, Maryland, where the vehicle crashed and 2 suspects were taken into custody.
The officer was then taken to MedStar Washington Hospital Center, where we saw his colleagues standing guard. Chief Pamela Smith says the officer's quick thinking helped police capture the suspect.
We will not tolerate this kind of violence in our city. We will use every resource that we have there within the incident to ensure that no one gets away with this type of crime.
And at this hour, we are still working to find out the exact extent of the officer's injuries and exactly where he was hit when he was sitting inside his car and the bullets came through. Now, we can tell you, though, he is expected to be okay. His injuries described as non-life-threatening. We're here in Northwest. Delia Gonzalez, WUSA 9.
One must always make time. Of this today. You got to be thankful that it is when coverage continues now with our Rafael Sanchez-Cruz in Landover, Maryland.
Yeah, he's near the scene where those 2 suspects were taken into custody. And Rafa, I understand you're hearing from people who were in this area when it all went down.
Yeah, that's right, Leslie. That pursuit that Chief Smith mentioned ended here at Landover Road and Dodge Park Road in Landover, Maryland. You can actually still see some of the debris from the crash that has a lot of neighbors talking tonight.
Lewis Freeman says he was walking his dog when out of nowhere, I see almost like 30 cop cars zooming. He says this police car was speeding. The crash sudden boom. Car has brown car in front and basically hit the back of it, smacked into the back of the car, basically flipped over. says one of those two men shot at one of their armed captains before leaving Prince George's County. For hours, investigators in Benjamin searched the grass area along Landover Road for a weapon. Several area police assisted in the case. Neighbors telling WUSA 9 they often hear about crime but have never seen a scene play out right in front of them.
Maddie Benjamin decided everything probably hope everything goes good for the team. The Benjamin too, that was in the car. Hope everything goes well.
A lot of neighbors echoing that sentiment, telling me that it's a sad situation and it's something they don't want to see in their neighborhood. Now, I also spoke to a woman who was here kind of seeing everything play out. She told me she was carjacked twice. So after hearing the details of what happened today, she says she's fearful for what's ahead for the summer months, which crime tends to rise. In Landover, Maryland, Rafael Tempest Cruz, WUSA.
That's why police are trying so vigilantly right now to get their hands on this, because we know traditionally what tends to happen here when the temperatures go up. All right, Rafa, thank you.
Stay with WUSA 9 as we work to uncover more about what happened today. Look for updates right here on TV, online, and the free WUSA 9 app. You can also stream us anytime on WUSA 9.
First, he was accused of murder in Henry County back in 2016. Tonight, he's a free man. Today, a jury acquitted Matthew Baker in a quadruple homicide. Good evening. Thanks so much for joining us for Fox 5 News at 10. I'm Tom Haines in for Russ Spencer.
I'm Courtney Bryant. Now his mother is reflecting on his difficult path to freedom. Fox 5's Christopher King joins us at the live desk with this story. And Christopher, what did she say?
Well, Courtney, Tom, she's beyond happy. Angie Lanier's son, Matthew Baker, was facing the death penalty. She had to wait nearly 8 long years for a jury to find him not guilty.
They've been rough. They've been really rough.
Angie Lanier and her son have been through hell.
He's just been keeping his face.
Her son, Matthew Baker, back in 2016, was charged with murdering 4 people. He's been in jail.
Sometimes you just gotta play those odds, you know what I mean?
Found her son did not commit.
just fighting and
Kill
fighting and
some people,
fighting.
might get away with it.
Prosecutors accuse Baker and 4 other suspects of shooting and killing Destiny Ollinger, Matthew Hicks, Keith Gibson, and Sophia Bullard.
Happened to OJ, happened to this guy.
He said, I didn't do anything. He said, I didn't kill nobody. I'm innocent.
Prosecutors even offered Baker a plea deal that would have kept him behind bars for decades.
He said, they're trying to take my whole entire life away from me. He said, well, I'll never have kids or anything.
Jacob Koski eventually confessed and said Baker was innocent, but Baker remained behind bars.
He was on 23-hour lockdown where he only got to come out for an hour.
Then on Monday, a jury in Henry County found Baker not guilty on all 30 counts.
When you hold your newborn baby for the first time, and that joy that you feel in your heart when you see your baby.
Now her son wants to restart the life he left behind.
Right now, he just wants to spend time with family.
Now, Lanier says Baker prays for the victim's family. She says her own family has been getting death threats. So right now, they're in hiding. And she says right now, she just wants to make sure her son is safe. At the live desk, Christopher King, Fox 5 News.
What a story. Christopher, thanks.
Fort Worth police are looking for the person who shot and killed a rideshare driver in the middle of the day. The 31-year-old father started work Friday morning. Hours later, he was found dead at a Fort Worth apartment complex. His vehicle.
So I'm talking about. It's like people be like, "I'll just do a good job as a ride share or something." 10 bar or something. So this is people just getting murdered randomly. This is the United States. Look at this.
Found abandoned. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager spoke with the man's family, who says he was in North Texas to escape violence in his home country of Afghanistan. Peyton.
Lamau.
Steve, the victim's family tells me that he never came home on Friday, so they immediately called Fort Worth police and the nearby hospitals. After learning that his vehicle had been found at an impound lot later that day on Friday, that's when police told them that the 31-year-old father had been shot and killed on the job.
Monday afternoon, crime scene tape outside an East Fort Worth apartment complex marks the spot where a Lyft driver was murdered in broad daylight. That driver, identified as 31-year-old Shawali Sherali, a husband and father of 2, with a third child on the way. Sherali's older brother spoke to Fox 4 Monday using a translator.
So he's taking care of the family just because of their safety. He cannot leave them.
Sherali's family tells Fox 4 Sherali left his Fort Worth home at 8 a.m. on Friday and never came home. Just after 11:30 a.m., Fort Worth police were called to the complex near Sandy Lane and Brentwood Stair Road and found Sherali shot to death outside. Witnesses told police Sherali had been in a vehicle that crashed into a fence.
The Boomer Brew. Lamau. That is hilarious.
And took off. Sherali was left with a fatal gunshot wound in the torso. Sherali's family met with a Fort Worth detective on Monday who told them the person of interest was a rideshare customer who called a ride shortly before the murder.
Of course, the car has no price for human lives, so they just took his life because of his car. Always he was working hard, tried to earn something for his family.
Fort Worth police found Sherali's vehicle abandoned a short distance from where he was killed. Police haven't released a motive, But Noralee Noor says his younger brother's cell phone and wallet were not stolen. The two brothers and their families moved to North Texas from Afghanistan in late 2021 when the capital city was captured by the Taliban.
It was really bad, so we were looking for a better life. That's why we came here. We moved here for a better life for ourselves, for our family, for kids, everyone. But we did not know that we were going to face something like this.
Steve, Shirley's family tells me he did have a dash camera inside of his vehicle. Fort Worth police told the family they are reviewing it right now. Fort Worth police also say they're only looking for one person, but again, no arrests have been made.
Finally got a home.
The FBI of St. Louis offering a reward of up to $10,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of a man accused of attacking another man while he sat at a bus stop near the Central West End. St. Louis 11's Kelly Hoskins has more on the brutal attack.
Detectives say the incident all unfolded here near Sarah and Delmar, right here at this bus stop. We're told that the victim was targeted for no reason. This is video of a suspect provided by the Federal Bureau of Investigation of St. Louis field office of a man they say attacked a man as he was waiting for his bus.
The suspect was heard by bystanders there to say that he hated white people, that he was going to hurt this guy. He walked past other people there at the bus stop and attacked this individual, a white male.
Investigators say the assault happened February the 6th at approximately 3:30 in the middle of the day on the northern edge of the Central West End. Authorities say there were other people waiting at the bus stop. Investigators say the suspect struck the victim in the face.
He had a concrete brick in his hand and hit this individual in the head, knocked him unconscious, and then proceeded to flee the scene.
Those in the area say they are saddened and know the victim, who is still recovering.
Last shot at someone because of their skin. There's a million reasons for it, but you don't have none of them. If you had one good reason to lash out at a white man or a black man, then I can understand it, but you don't have a reason.
Because anybody would just pick on somebody for no reason. They don't know the people, but they're going to sit up here and just torture somebody for no reason. They need to be locked up.
Anyone with information should call the FBI office. Reporting near the Central West End, Kelly Hoskins, St. Louis 11 News.
What the fuck? Pulling that. What the fuck was it? It makes no sense. Not what.
Is this thing on straight? Hey, what's up? Today we're doing another World's Worst Signs because I have so many pictures of bad signs. So let's just get into it. This is World's Worst Signs. Why did my mouth squeak that time? Third time's a charm. This is World's Worst Signs number 8. Let's do it! Oh, and before you get into this video though, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, do all that good stuff. Hey, what's up? Eat here, get gas, and worms. Wait, so if you eat there, you're gonna get gas and worms, like parasites, and you're gonna be farting a lot? Oh no, I think I might have ate there recently. I dropped my phone. Just so you know, it's always a good idea to put a screen protector on your phone, because I didn't ever put a screen protector on this phone, and 2 years later, I regret it. Sidewalk closed. How many super nice people just turn around and walk away? This is a real test of, like, how good of a person you are. Because honestly, I'd walk on the grass. All right, the sidewalk's closed, but I'll walk across the grass. I won't go on the sidewalk. That's probably what I would do. Some people would just walk on the sidewalk. Other people would probably kick the gate down in anger. It all depends on the type of person you are. BJ's Bar, cocktails, dancing sandwiches. What? I am going. Dancing sandwiches? That's all I need to know. If there's a sandwich that's gonna dance into my mouth and it's gonna be delicious, I'm there. Even if the sandwich isn't delicious, that's fine. If it dances into my mouth, I'm happy. I'm really excited about this place. Where is it? Where is it located? BJ's Bar. It really just looks like you can get BJ's, cocktails, or dancing sandwiches there. Man, this new dessert place really got everything. Please do not grab your own balls. We will grab them for you. Oh man, I'm pressing charges, alright? I don't like when pastries talk to me like that. No smoking unless you are on fire. Then yeah, you can stand there and smoke if you want. So wait, what if someone comes in, there's a loophole here, I can feel it. If someone comes in and they have like a flame resistant suit and they set their arm on fire and then they sit there and they have a cigarette. Yeah? Loophole. Does it have to be your head on fire? Because the sign shows the head on fire. I don't know about that. Just set your hair on fire and then you can do whatever you want. Weather too depressing for coffee. We're going home early to drink wine in bed and watch Futurama reruns. We appreciate your understanding, FTR team. Do you think their business is succeeding if like bad weather made them want to shut down? They're like, we're too depressed today. We're going home. We're sitting in bed and we're gonna watch Futurama. Futurama's a great show, don't get me wrong, but if you're like, oh, we're going home and we gotta catch up on the new season of something that was like trending, I don't know, maybe that'd be more of a reason to shut down. I just want to say though, if your business fails, you can't do anything but look within about why that's happening. Be aware, deer hunting allowed in park. What? So you're just playing with your kids and some guy's gonna come in and be like, 10-point buck! Kapow! Hello, children! Did you want to be introduced to this at a young age? Well, now you are because of the hunting park. I bet you some fathers love it. They take their kids to go play at the park, they go and do some hunting, come back. This is a horrible idea. Well, at least they were specific, though, and it wasn't just hunting allowed in the park. It's deer hunting. You're not allowed to come in there and just like, hey, I'm actually here hunting milfs. Yeah, no, yeah, hey, they warned you there'd be hunting in this park. Please do not throw cabbages at our staff. I thought that's what the cabbages in grocery stores were for. What are they for then? How do you eat a cabbage? Oh, I'm kidding. My wife loves, she makes cabbage roll. She loves it. I'm not a huge fan, but I am a nice enough husband that I eat the things that she loves because I know she loves them. And also that day she was cooking and I had no choice. I also do a lot of the cooking, but then she always sneaks these meals on me when it's her day to cook. I see chili cooking. And I'm like, are you mad at me? He's like, no, I just felt like chili today. Are you sure? Because I don't like chili, all right? I'm sorry. I know this is going to be controversial, but I'm not a big fan of chili. It's not my favorite. I don't really enjoy it, okay? Don't yell at me in the comments. Or do, actually. More engagement. Yell at me in the comments. Here's a road sign. West to east. Oh, there's so many sixes. I don't want to even read this sign because I don't want to summon Satan. That's when I stop my car and I turn around. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to go down that road. I'm gonna find an alternate route. This just seems sketchy. Door knockers, please note, this household charges $50 per minute to listen to sales pitches, religious messages, and fundraising stories. This charge is payable in advance. By knocking on this door or ringing the doorbell, you signal your agreement with the terms outlined above. Holy crap, is that a legally binding agreement? Because I want one of these signs for my door. I will stand there and let them talk for so long, and then I'll hit them up with a bill and be like, you know what, actually I can't donate today, but I will take $150 of your money. I don't like door-to-door donations, okay? Because I've been pressured into doing a door-to-door donation before, and then I realized that they weren't being truthful to me afterwards, and it's just made me feel like, you know, I'm not doing it. I will donate in other ways, but not door-to-door. Do not come to my door and ask me to buy things. I don't like it. Chihuahua pups. $100. Yeah, that's where you want to get your Chihuahua from. Kobe's not in the office today. Actually, the dogs were kind of annoying me in my last video, and I want this one to be an extra long video too, so it's a no dog day. They make too many grunts and groans, and as much as I joke around about it, it does get pretty annoying when you're trying to get through a really long video. Anyway, that's not how you spell Chihuahua, unless you didn't know. Chihuahua is a hard word to spell. If there's any word in the world that you can be okay with misspelling, I think Chihuahua is one of those words. You don't really have to worry. People aren't going to be like, wow, you couldn't spell Chihuahua. No, it's a hard word to spell, all right? That doesn't mean you're simple. It's because I can't spell it. That's why I'm trying to justify it for myself. I have a hard time spelling it. My wife can spell it because she loves Chihuahuas. Sometimes I just see her on the couch endlessly scrolling through Chihuahua videos, and I'm like, you have a problem. And she's like, I know, but it's okay, because I love her. Beware of, well, just beware. Actually, open-ended threats are probably the scariest threats, right? Because now you don't know what you're bewaring of. You're like, oh, is it a dog? Is it a cat? Is it a tiger? Is it a rabid raccoon? That might be the scariest one. Like a pack of raccoons comes out and they've got weapons. Because they have opposable thumbs and they're just like slapping a little baseball bat in its hand. We told you, beware. Maybe some people are going to trespass out of curiosity though. Just want to know what's in there. What's so scary? No, you see a sign like that, you don't test your luck. Well, I don't test my luck. I see a sign like that, I'm like, yeah, I will beware. This is a McDonald's sign. We value you, your growth, and your contributions. This is a no-quit restaurant. Because we feel that many situations can be resolved, it is the policy of the restaurant that an employee cannot quit until he or she talks to the restaurant manager or the area supervisor. Okay, well, maybe I'll just stop showing up, and then you'll just continue to pay me? Technically, I didn't quit. I followed the rules. That seems a little aggressive, okay? If people don't want to come back to their job, they're allowed to do that. The people are allowed to quit their jobs. It's not up to you to resolve the situation. Maybe they don't want to resolve the situation. Come on, McDonald's. We know you're not desperate for employees, okay? You're probably doing pretty good. A lot of people work at McDonald's, it seems like. It's a thriving business. Just let people quit if they want to move on. Do not exceed 20 children, okay? I wasn't gonna. Oh, I get it, because children are playing and you're not supposed to go over 20. But still, also pretty good advice if you just read it the other way. Like, don't do it. Not 20, come on. Paddle faster, I hear banjos. Oh no, that is a terrifying sign. If you're just canoeing, someone was just hiking through the woods and they're like, this is gonna terrify someone one day. Just nailed it to a tree. That's a pretty good one, actually. I would paddle faster. I'd paddle a lot faster. And to scare even more people, you could just play a banjo by that sign every once in a while. Like whoever put the sign up, if they played the banjo there, just like, then you'll get some people paddling fast, that's for sure. We aim to keep the bathroom clean. Your aim will help. Guys, stand closer. It's shorter than you think. Hey, I mean, that's not funny. Gals, please remain seated for the entire performance. If the lights go out, keep calm. Wave your arms. It's our way of reminding you others are waiting. How long do you have till the lights go out? That might be part of the problem why people are peeing all over the place is, you know, if I have a very full bladder and the lights go out in the middle of my pee, that might startle me and I might start peeing all over the place. Yeah, you'll just hear me like, yeah, the lights will come back on, but it won't be my hands I'm waving around. Do regular dogs see police dogs and think, oh no, it's a cop? Maybe. We need to still develop a technology to read animal minds. Can we do that? Can we just come up with some sort of helmet that we put on a dog so we can talk and communicate English back and forth with dogs, or whatever language you want to speak? I don't care. I just want to talk to a dog telepathically, or any animal. Let's start with dogs, and then we'll move up to, like, I don't know, hummingbirds. Man, their thoughts must be going real fast. Oh, hummingbirds, man. Yeah, I don't know if you want to be in a hummingbird's mind. That could be chaotic. Oh, here's another restroom sign. Restroom is for eating customers only. I don't want to be a customer in your store then if you're allowing cannibals to eat me in the bathroom. I get what they're saying. You can only go pee or poop if you buy some food. Can I eat it in the bathroom? You know what? I'm going to try to eat one of your customers and see. Punctuation is very, very important. I don't really like when restaurants do this. I mean, if someone has to go to the bathroom badly, just let them use your bathroom quickly. I mean, you maybe just make your choices, you know? Maybe if some guy who's not wearing a shirt, who looks like really greasy and dirty, who looks like he might harass your customers, then maybe don't let that guy go pee. But if someone comes in and they're like, my kid really needs to go pee, then just let them go to the bathroom. They're like, nope, you gotta get an egg roll. Nope, you gotta buy a plate of spaghetti first. You gotta get your steak dinner, and then you can poop it out. Okay? We only allow poop that contains our food. That's it. Parking available in empty spaces only. Okay, do you have a... Oh, I get it. Okay, I get what it means. I was like, do you have a problem with people parking on top of other cars or parking into them? But no, you just don't want people parking all along the side or like on the grass. I get it. You don't want people tearing up your nice lawn. This is a nice way of telling people, don't park on the lawn. If you just made the sign say don't park on the lawn, that would probably be more effective. Restrooms. Have your birthday party here. In the restrooms? This seems like a trap. I'm gonna go in there and there's gonna be like some dude in a dark corner like, are you here for the birthday party? No, don't worry. You're just the first to arrive. Other people will be here. So
Died immediately.
What's your sign? What, you don't like to try to meet people in the bathroom? That's a bad sign. Is this guy here standing there waiting for the birthday party? He's like, really? It might be a nice place for a party. This one just... follow traffic rules. Someone is waiting at home for you. Obey traffic rules. But at first glance, all you read here is follow someone home. I just picture like some guy in his car driving down the road and he's having an internal dilemma where he's deciding if he should kidnap a woman tonight. And then he sees that sign, it's like follow someone home, and he's like, wow, I did ask for a sign. Put all the words big, please. I don't need you helping stalkers get started. Poop with friends? Poop alone. This one's not really a sign, but I'm gonna count it because I want to use it here. Yeah, I choose to poop alone. Sorry. The only time someone busts in on me pooping would be one of my young daughters. And I'm always like, privacy, please. And then soon after, they usually just run out like, why does it smell like that in here? I told you not to open the door. I wonder how many people choose to poop with friends. There was an option on the door, people. Could you just close it, though? We're not your friends. I'm trying to make friends. It's the same guy that was trying to have a birthday party in the bathroom. There's a birthday party in this porta potty. Anybody want to come in? Beware of the dog who is in a tank. Yes. Okay, that's a good guard dog. How do I train my dog to do that? All my dog does is do false barking all the time. I would love to, you know, Nova's not going to be able to handle it, but my Chihuahua in there, that would be intimidating. A Chihuahua rolls up, a little army helmet on, in a tank. Tell me that's not scary. Let me Photoshop that up real quick. There you go. Yeah, terrifying. That is my Chihuahua, okay? Now, there's nothing funny about being homeless, but at least these people who have lost everything have not lost their sense of humor. But you can't hit me with a quarter. I mean, I might try, but I don't want to throw things at someone in this situation, so I'd probably just hand
That's
them a quarter.
hilarious,
Like,
bro.
that sign is worth a quarter. Well,
I was there. I was doing the thing. I didn't know what the
clever
fuck to
sign.
do.
I've never witnessed like a clever sign like this in public. Like this one says, need to get to a computer, haven't checked Facebook in 3 days. You're probably more likely to get picked up by someone. Yeah, unless the person taking a picture of you is like a giant man with a beard and a machete. Oh, and this guy wins. Too honest to steal, too old and ugly to prostitute. Give this guy a buck already. So give him a buck. You're there, I'm not there. I'm not gonna drive there. I'm not gonna walk around searching. Student drop-off. Town landfill. Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah, just drop your students off by the dumpster and we'll come pick them up when the garbage truck comes around. Damn, savage. Friday night spaghetti wrestling. Oh, shoot. Saturday morning, all the spaghetti you can eat $1. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, I bet you it sells out, though. I bet you the men watching that at night and they wake up in the morning, they're like, I'm getting my spaghetti. Can I request that
Well,
pile right there?
fuck.
Yeah, the one that has a bit of blood in it. Thank you. Need help managing your diabetes? Just ask. And then you got all these delicious treats in front of it. That is not cool. This is bad placement. This is entrapment. This is not helping. All right? You are not helping the situation. Move those delicious treats away from the diabetes sign. It's more like need help getting diabetes? Eat a bunch of these. Emergency phone not installed. Please do not have an emergency at this location. Oh, okay. Did you see the sign, man? You can't stab me here. Let's go down the block, all right? I need a fair shot. No? You're just gonna stab me. Great. I tried to listen to the sign, but criminals don't listen. That's the thing. The criminals are already breaking the law. They're not gonna stop and be like, what? Okay. Went to the zoo today, and I'm 99% sure that is not a cheetah. African cheetah. Oh, no. That's not the food for the cheetah, is it? Did this dog break in? Get the dog out of there. I'm worried about the dog. Is it the cheetah's best friend? Are they best friends? Is it a cheetah training dog? Like, they use the dog to tame the cheetah? You know, like how people have, like, service dogs? It's like a service dog for the cheetah because the cheetah has depression or something? Or maybe the cheetah's blind? I'm really worried about this dog. All lobster prices have increased due to high lobster prices. Yeah, that's usually what it means when prices of things go up. I just feel like they need to explain this to people so much that they had to do a dumb sign for people to read, and then they're gonna be like, why do you have a sign? And then they're gonna be like, ask that person over there that asked me why the lobster's more expensive today, and I said because lobster prices are up, and they were like, what does that even mean? Yeah, I'm asking you why the lobster prices are up. Oh, I feel ranty today, but that's a Little Mexico, Mexican-American restaurant. Soup of the day, tequila. That's soup? Oh, I thought it was alcohol. Well, I'm gonna go make me some tequila soup, and it's gonna help me handle my children a lot easier. Yeah, tequila soup, I like it. Tequila noodle soup, like chicken noodle soup. Put a little tequila in there. Boom. Wonder what that would taste like. Maybe I just invented something. We can't not sell hamburger on this moment. It's Fix the Girl. I'm sorry is closed. What? This is probably the moment when the manager realized that their staff member was illiterate. Let's just try to read that again. We can't not sell hamburger on this moment. It's Fix the Girl, I'm sorry, is closed. Wow, it's even worse when I read it the second time. I didn't realize they wrote hamburger, not hamburger. And moment. On this moment. What's a moment? And what's a hamburger? A hamburger sounds like something you get, you know, in the bedroom from your wife. Like, hey, can I have a hamburger tonight? I'm asking in code. Can I get me some hamburger tonight? Elk City is a bird sanctuary. KFC don't give a shit. He's a savage. Look at him just looking over it like, yeah, it's a bird sanctuary, but you can still get your birds here cooked crispy with our special spicy secret dish sauce thing. What is it? Like a secret crisp recipe. Skin. It's a secret skin we put on the And here's a good example of just a horribly badly done, just a bad sign. It's a good reason for a sign. You don't want people to take them or touch these logs. No take, no touch. Just sick of people stealing his logs. No take, no touch. I guess it gets its point across, that's for sure. You need to put a trap there or something, or like hide behind the logs and be like, gotcha. Put a little camera up there. Just put like, this area is surveilled. Something, I don't know. Put a loudspeaker there so when people come to take them, you can shout. Did you have a problem with people just coming up and like brushing their hands across it? Like, wow, look at these, like coming up and sitting on them, and like, no, don't go up and touch them. They don't like to be touched. People are coming up and like, you know, teabagging your logs. I just picture some old man in his window watching people walk by his stack of logs all day, just sitting there like, oh, you stupid bastard, you better not touch. Oh, you're lucky. And here's a spot that desperately needs a sign. Thank God they put a cone up. I would have driven right into that mess. Yeah, you could put like some caution tape or something up. It's like you put the cone down and then kicked it into the tree that fell down. Were you trying to warn the squirrels? Anyway, that's about all I got for signs for today. So I hope you enjoyed the video. Oh, I hate this chair. No, it's a new chair. I swear I didn't just put a cover on it. The truth comes out. Oh, my phone almost fell again. All right, I'm going to get out of here before I break my phone more. And leave some feedback in the comments. All right, that's the end of the video. I hope you enjoyed this World's Worst Signs video. And, yeah, I don't know what else to say. Some bad signs out there. Use your punctuation and your grammar properly. If you want to support me on the next level, then subscribe to the channel, because if you got this far, you must have liked something you saw. So hit the like button, leave some feedback in the comments, let me know what you liked, what you didn't like, and check out my Patreon if you want to support me on the next level, patreon.com/fluffytalks, or you can check
Ibrahim Raisi and Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdollahian died Sunday in a helicopter crash near the border with Azerbaijan. The crash occurred amidst heavy fog in a mountainous area. It took rescue workers more than 16 hours to reach the crash site. Raisi had led Iran since 2021 and was widely seen as a possible successor to Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, who is 85 years old. Iran will hold presidential elections in 50 days. Vice President Mohammad Mokhbar has taken over as interim president. We'll have more on Iran after headlines. The chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has announced he's seeking arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and 3 leaders of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, Ismail Haniyeh, and Mohammed Deif. In an interview today with CNN's Christiane Amanpour, ICC prosecutor Karim Khan detailed the charges against Netanyahu.
We've applied for warrants. Of course, the judges must determine whether or not to issue them, but we've applied today. We'll apply for warrants for Prime Minister Netanyahu and also Minister of Defense Gallant for the crimes of causing extermination, causing starvation as a method of war, including the denial of humanitarian relief supplies, deliberately targeting civilians in conflict.
Karim Khan said the charges against the Hamas leaders include extermination, murder, taking of hostages, rape and sexual assault, and detention, unquote. A panel of International Criminal Court judges will now decide if arrest warrants should be issued. In Gaza, Israel is threatening to expand its attack on the southern city of Rafah despite widespread international condemnation. The UN estimates 800,000 Palestinians have fled Rafah in recent weeks. Many of the displaced had sought refuge in Rafah after losing their homes in other parts of Gaza. Over the weekend, Israeli strikes in the Nuseirat refugee camp killed at least 32 people, including 10 women and 7 children. The overall official death toll has topped 35,400. Across Gaza, Palestinians say they have no safe place to go.
Are these America's gifts for us? Instead of pitying us, instead of telling Israel to stop, enough, that's injustice. Where are the Arab leaders? Where are the Muslim leaders? Where is the Islamic Ummah? Where are the men of Islam? Where are the Arab men to see our conditions? Let them stop the killing. Let them stop the destruction. Our houses have been destroyed. People can't find a house to live in. People are displaced in tents. People have been suffering. What's happening to us is injustice. This is enough. Someone needs to have mercy. No one is having mercy on us. No one has humanity.
Israel is also laying siege to Al-Adha Hospital in North Gaza. Doctors Without Borders reports the hospital has run out of drinking water. On Sunday, the UN's top humanitarian chief, Martin Griffiths, said Israel's stranglehold on aid reaching Gaza is having apocalyptic consequences. Israeli opposition leader Benny Gantz has threatened to leave the coalition government unless Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu develops a plan for a post-war Gaza. This comes as protests continue in Israel, calling for a ceasefire and a deal to release all the remaining hostages, dead or alive, held in Gaza. On Sunday, President Biden addressed the graduating class of Morehouse College, the prestigious Black college in Atlanta, whose alum include Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Some students turned their backs on the president to protest his Gaza policies. Morehouse valedictorian D'Angelo Fletcher, who had a Palestinian flag affixed to his graduation cap, called for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza.
It is my stance as a Morehouse man, nay, as a human being, to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in the Gaza Strip.
President Biden was seen on video applauding D'Angelo Fletcher's calls for a permanent ceasefire. During his speech, Biden also called for an immediate ceasefire. Biden's speech came just days after his administration notified Congress of its plans to send another $1 billion in arms to Israel, including tank ammunition, mortars, and tactical vehicles. Later on Sunday, protesters gathered in Detroit, where President Biden addressed an NAACP dinner. We'll speak to 2 Morehouse professors later in the program. One turned her back on Biden. Another held up a flag of the Democratic Republic of Congo behind the president as he spoke. In news from Britain, the High Court in London has granted permission to WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to appeal his extradition to the United States. The decision came after a critical hearing in London that Assange did not attend due to health reasons. Assange has been held in London's Belmarsh prison for 5 years. If extradited and convicted in the U.S., he faces up to 175 years in prison. We'll have more on this later
They
in the
need
broadcast.
healers. The legendary is just a random job off the last boss. It's kind of lame. Everything about this is like fucking stupid. Stupid guy. Why fucking lame this?
The Democratic Republic of Congo say they thwarted
What's going on with the Twitch? I don't know. Nothing interesting whatsoever. Possibly.
12 years ago. June 8th, 2011. I was the first fucking person who did this.
So this is an excellent example of something that you should be very cautious of. Typically, you don't want, when you have a rigid body, interact with forces. That's neither here nor there.
Up and take care of the board. And he's dead to some top decks too, like deals 6 all or deals 6 to him, life steal. Dog was probably my most watched stream. Oh, well, Dog still streams. Dog just streams not the good Hearthstone. Same with Hafu. Hafu used to stream a lot of Arena, right? Not much has changed there. Why'd she stop doing Arena? She also does Battlegrounds, I guess. I don't know, man. Battlegrounds is just not my speed. Oh my god, it's the Unkilly Zilly.
Beast Gaming.
Like middle school? In 4th grade, yeah.
There's so many swords. Holy shit.
And a scythe? This dude was badass.
Oh, yeah. That's a gun. That's fake.
Oh.
Tyler's unit already smelled and looked cleaner than mine, which was a good sign. Well, for me.
Both got HP laptops. Fuck yeah. yeah, 2 of them, Tyler. We can both go metal detector.
All right, cool.
Some of these are valuable. I doubt these are. This is heavy. Whatever this is. Made in Taiwan. Ooh. Oh my God. It's a sewing machine.
Oh my God.
Favorite. Yeah. Ready to open that later? Yeah. That's a good sewing machine, and that's worth something.
Yeah.
Yeah, this ends up being worth something, all right.
Is this a deal or no deal case in here? What the?
Oh, that's the $1 million that's in that case.
Oh, it's just papers.
Fuck that.
A vinyl of NWA. Hey, Tyler, what's that stand for?
A couple months ago, I challenged my friend to see who could make the most profit buying abandoned storage units. And it went really well for one of us. So, when I saw that the same storage facility had listed even more units for auction, I knew that we had to give it another go. We will each have a max budget of $500. So, will we be as lucky as last time? Find out now on this episode of Storage Battles.
Welcome back.
Good to be back.
Our favorite storage unit place right down the road has just listed many more storage units. The one that we got rich, well, you got rich last time. I've picked out a couple of units that I'm going to buy. Let me show you them.
There you go.
See that?
Oh, a bike.
Yeah,
All right.
a bike and a fridge. Now you want to see what I saw. In the description it says, this unit appears to contain cash only.
Oh, fucking die. This is the worst thing I do.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, weird.
It's cute up top.
Alright, well there is 2 minutes left on mine. It's bid up to $150, which I think is a steal for cash only. $160. Winning. Eat my dick. $200? Ooh, not $180,000. $250.
Oh, big dickin'.
I still got my other unit. Did I show you my other unit?
You haven't. Oh,
a lot of stuff to move there. You
Wow.
can see why I picked that one. Hopefully this guy saw how quickly I came back with 250 and he knows I mean business and he's not even gonna waste his time.
I just knew it was you. I felt the same.
Woo! Winner!
Chicken dinner.
Hang on, let me bend my arms a lot.
Really freak people out.
My next one coming up. This one doesn't say that it contains cash only. I'm actually a little concerned. He's gonna bid 60. Piece of garbage. All right, 100. Yep! I don't think he's bidding. I think he's crying in the corner now. I think I got that one. Are you kidding me? Out of all the ones I have a bidding war over, I didn't expect him to be the 2 fucking boxes. My other one's 250, so it's not close to my other one yet.
Thunder flame. How?
Oh, God! 1 point! I want to know what's in these boxes now. Too much of a plot point. I can't let it go now. I'm gonna pay more for this than I did my main one.
Why are you trying to snipe? The timer goes up, you moron.
I'm doing.
Come on, baby.
Oh, you got outbid.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Now you're the same as mine.
They won't.
Fucking dad. The Handyman is compact and has a rechargeable battery that lets you take it anywhere you travel, even on a plane. And speaking of battery life, the Handyman boasts up to a 60-minute runtime off of a single charge. And if your dad's got hairy nose and fucking ears, get him a Weed Whacker 2.0. Clean that shit right up. It's got a powerful 7,000 RPM motor, a dual rotary blade system. I don't know what that means, but it sounds effective. So ditch the boring coffee mug and give your dad the gift of a nice clean shave and some shiny balls. So what are you waiting for? Head over to manscaped.com and get 20% off your order plus free international shipping when you use code ODS20 at checkout. So thank you, Manscaped, for sponsoring this video. We won.
Win voices.
Time to go get all of our stuff. Over millions of dollars.
There's not even words on that
Can't wait
side.
to see what's in those boxes.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Magazine.
Once we arrived at the storage facility, we decided to open up the first unit I purchased.
Where's the L?
We don't take no L's.
Brand new hair. I just throw in my hair. Discovery. No, you make your own volcano. Oh.
Grease one.
I got a scoreboard.
There he goes.
The bike works. Let's see how clean this fridge is. Not bad.
Another heater.
Wow, they must have been cold.
So far, my first unit was not looking great and appeared to be mostly full of clothes.
What?
You can make a dinosaur.
Not money.
No, but you can make it.
It's Black & Decker stuff, you know. Cordless drill. Ooh, wow.
Nice. No battery or
That's better than my Milwaukee for sure. Hey, there might be airsoft guns in here. Got an airsoft scope. Ooh, that's a really shitty one.
Broken tablet.
Why are they always broken? How do you break a fucking tablet?
Why do you keep it? Found their Medicare summary.
Yeah, if we don't find anything, we at least take their identities.
There we go.
Expired?
No, 426.
Yes. All right, boys, you want to go eat lunch?
Yep.
It was really starting to look like identity theft would be our only chance at profit on this unit. Big money, big money, big money, big money.
Get out of my way. Go in there. It's super rare.
What game is it?
Super rare. Bad. For PS2.
Shit. Go outside, nerds.
There will be times of security for you. A storehouse of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge. Isaiah 33:6. That's those are sick. Ukulele! Yes!
I'm not putting that on my head.
This kid loved dinosaurs.
You're going down.
I don't think I am.
Maybe under the clothes there's something good. Right? Maybe? Gently.
You got a charging port.
Just a port?
Well, like a plug-in to the wall. Could always use more of those, right?
Wow. We got more trash for you. Over here.
Save us the trip.
Despite how bad things look, I still had hope that we would find something in this unit. Plus, I still had my other unit, which could end up coming in clutch. Oh yeah, my TV. You get to see if it's garbage or not. What do you think? 720p, 1080p, or the Holy Grail 4K? You sit on this or something and it like sends you impulses. I'll tell you what, I'm liking this one a lot.
Trap can.
One guess which for. Shoes or clothes? Both. What do people do to their office chairs? How do you jerk off that hard? Hey Tyler, guess what?
More shoes?
More fucking shoes.
Oh my god! A family of caterpillars.
Cologne.
It's Rogaine. Bass Pro Shop for strike.
Yes, that does playable. Some red Octobers there, you know. Some green Octobers too. I was feeling pretty down about my unit, but then I found something that made it all worth it.
Still got it. You still got it.
But it wasn't long before my first unit was completely unloaded. You have fun unloading that? I'm gonna shred.
Wow! Oh, look at him go.
This thing's got good bearing. I doubt Tyler's gonna give me a scooter show. At least
Was that what that was?
Yeah, normally you gotta pay for that. Come see Heavy Knievel.
What sponsor do you think you're gonna get first?
Rogaine.
Look at that.
Gonna have a kid with some sick leathers.
Fucking cool ass kid. Look at that jacket. Woo.
I hope it goes somewhere. After carefully unloading everything at the office, we went back to crack open Tyler's unit.
All right.
Which hopefully would be a little better than mine. The plasma screen TV. Plasma TV forever. Oh, and it's heavy.
Oh boy.
We come to find out that heavy is a running theme with Tyler's unit. Yeah, Tyler just got a bedroom set.
Buddy's Home Furnishings.
That name might sound familiar to you if you watched our first storage unit video. That's because it's the same place that the gaming laptop I found came from. Property of Buddy's Home Furnishing. I think this is stolen. It's a store where you rent furniture, which means it's supposed to be returned back to the store. So it kind of looks like everything in Tyler's unit is stolen, but it's ours now.
Fuck. Jesus. More Jesus. Or God. Same thing, right? Oh, 10 big box movies of horror.
You're good. You're good. It wasn't long before we had it completely emptied out. But there's still one more unit. My 2 boxes that I almost certainly overpaid for. Waited a long time for this moment. Here it is. The $250 unit.
All right.
It's just,
oh no!
Yeah, it's not looking so good.
All right, come on, Xboxes. Oh, phones. Hey, that's your Roach.
Yeah, this was a total bust.
Ooh, a book.
Oh yeah, tablet.
Hey,
Is
oh.
that an iPad? It's an iPad. Hey, that's a newer iPad. Oh yeah, screen's gone. Yeah, never mind. Hello, Roach. How you doing?
Hey, Reese.
What?
They're about to close. We gotta get our stuff out.
Oh, can they keep it?
They could, but they'll keep your deposit.
This is worth less than my deposit.
Yeah. All right. Good night.
Night. I got a Bluetooth speaker.
Oh!
It's the smallest one I've ever seen. Are you jealous yet?
I'm jealous of how easy your storage unit is to clean out. Another day at the office.
Well, now that we have unloaded all the units, it's time to sort through everything and see who won. Will it be Tyler with his possibly very expensive bedroom set, or will I somehow pull ahead after we sort through everything that was in my unit?
Welcome to Crazy Tyler's Furniture Shop. We got all the kind of furniture you need. Do you need a bedroom set or a kitchen table? I hope so, because that's all we have. We got everything loaded up, ready to go, counted up. Luckily,
you're going down.
Shut up. Mine was pretty easy. This is an entire bedroom set. We got the nightstand, the dresser, the mirror, that headboard, all for the bed frame. So that is about $1,000 for the set. Retail. 1,000. So the table, we do need to buy hardware for it. We got to buy some bolts. I'd say table and chairs. They've got some scratches on them, like $70-ish. Those TVs are big, but they're old. I actually haven't seen if they work, but I'd say like $40 a piece. Oh, and then this little bonus thing, 15, 20 bucks. I don't know how much money that is. That's like, I think I'm at about $11.50.
Welcome to my shop, the better shop. Ready to see all of my wares, all of the things that I've gotten? Over here is our jean compartment. We have about 28 pairs of jeans.
Holy shit!
I priced those at $20 a piece because they're almost all Levi's, Wrangler, ukuleles.
How much is the ukulele?
You can't have, I didn't add that to my total, but just mine.
Okay.
Actually didn't add this either. Brand new pillow, probably $5, but there's a blanket. A Michael Kors bag.
Ooh.
$20, I priced that. I didn't look it up.
That's legit.
Another bag.
Ah.
I don't know what that is. $20. Gucci bag. Probably fake, maybe not. $80.
Jessica Simpson.
That's Jessica Simpson?
Yeah. No, this is her. This is Jessica Simpson.
Oh.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
Yeah. A knife. An entire house. So I still need to find where this is, but once I do, I think I'm definitely gonna win. Cologne. I didn't add any of this to my total. This is just knickknacks that looks cool. This is my goodie bag.
Oh, whoa.
Box. We have the best card.
Oh,
I have two of these now.
That looks familiar.
There we go.
Wow.
They both go about the same speed too.
Not at all.
Yeah. We have an iPhone box, which is worth $15.
What?
People buy them for some reason. I guess.
Stupid.
I don't know. My new cell phone.
Wow.
Yes.
You look very official.
This, I think it was like $80, $60, something like that, or eBay. This was about $20. The T-Mobile modem. Exploding Minions.
Oh, wow.
This was less than $20.
Oh.
Innocent looking penny.
Yeah.
Would you believe that this is worth 100 times its original value? That's all it's worth. Oh. But hey, that's expensive for a penny, you know. And then we have this weird ancient Mayan currency. I'm not sure if somebody knows. Let us know. Probably worth knowing. That's ridiculous. Made of pure gold. In the last second, I found a laptop. Basically, one of the same laptops we got last time.
Honestly, did we just reuse it? Are we reusing
still
props
works. The battery's still charged. Halfway charged. Ignore the name.
Thanks, Victoria.
This is $350. So then we got a couple of battery bombs here. These on Amazon go for about $100, brand new.
Shit. So essentially, that, like the battery in the laptop, almost paid for your whole thing.
Oh yeah, I have made money, which is good because last time it was not so pleasant. Oh wait, one more thing. I have a brand new iPad 11 Pro.
It's brand new?
Slightly damaged.
Wow.
But it's iPad unavailable currently.
Oh, well, it's right there.
But it still works. I looked up the price of this. It's about $450, $500.
Shit.
And the price of the new screen replacement is $250. So I put $200. You want to hear my total?
Hit me.
What was your total again? All those numbers.
The fucking jeans.
Dang, yours.
$11.65.
I am at $1,378.
Not bad. Not bad.
Also, it turns out we forgot to deduct the price of our storage units. So after doing that, I literally win by $23, which I was very humble about.
So much for the year of Tyler. That means it's my bed set. Fuck! Yes! I forgot about that.
That was gonna look so good in my room.
Ooh, it's gonna look really good in my guest room. Dang, you wanna help me move it?
No.
It's kinda heavy.
No, I don't. Of course I don't.
I'll give you a penny worth 100 times what a penny's worth.
Okay, fine. That's a deal.
Did you want this?
Yeah, actually, I think it would match my pocket really.
I was just looking at that the entire time, wondering what it would look like if it was thrown on the ground and then smashed by Joey. Well, that was fun. That was a good time.
Man.
It turned around. Well, it's not yellow anymore.
Welcome back. We missed you.
I like this more. It turned around for me pretty quick.
It did. That was clutch.
Who knew that just looking through what I actually got, I would find things. I can't wait to do it again.
Oh, are we
Destroy
going to
you
do it again?
Like I keep constantly destroying you at these challenges.
I won the last one, didn't I?
You know, there was the one me and Joey did. You weren't even in that. So.
Besides just lose.
Till next time.
Until next time.
Loser. You can have that.
Come on.
A couple months.
What hope is there for you? None.
The Forest Park de Bolivar Metrolink station is at the center of two shootings happening just a week apart. The second shooting on Saturday caught on camera. Fox News' Jordan Williams joins us live with reaction from neighbors and that shocking video. Jordan?
Yeah, Mandy, that first shooting last Saturday, a 17-year-old was arrested for a fatal shooting. This past Saturday, it was a 17-year-old that was the victim. And as you said, it was all caught on camera. And we do want to warn you at home, some of this footage may be disturbing to some. The scene on Saturday began at about 7:30 when a group of people can be seen walking a few feet away from the Forest Park de Bolivar Metrolink station. Moments later, two females engage in what police call a mutual fight, and then just a couple minutes later, shots are fired.
Any bullets don't have a name. Anybody could get hurt by them bullets.
The two suspects, the female in the fight and the man who shot the gun, fled the scene. At last check, the victim is stable. Marie, who lives in the neighborhood and frequently walks along de Bolivar, says most of the violence here stems from one area.
I think a lot of it comes from the Metrolink. The young kids, they come and hang out, you know, and have nothing else to do. Just hang out and one thing leads to another one, and then that's when the violence starts.
Metro Transit put out this statement that reads, there were several individuals who were involved in a verbal argument. Our Metro security removed those individuals from our property as that customer conduct is prohibited. Sometime later, the incident occurred on the public sidewalk. Our Metro security immediately began assisting our police partners with our robust video system capabilities from the real-time camera center. On Monday evening, multiple Metro security officers could be seen at the station's entrance. Several security cameras are also in the area. Despite the two recent shootings, Marie says there is enough security. She has no doubt.
I think it's going to get better.
And the Metropolitan Police Department is continuing its investigation into Saturday's shooting as they look for those two suspects they say are in their 20s. Reporting live in Skinker de Bolivar, Jordan Williams, Fox 2 News.
GG. That's all she wrote. That's all we got here. It's over.